The Art of the Harlem Renaissance, A Cultural and Artistic Explosion. Written by High Event, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1, Introduction to the Harlem Renaissance. The Harlem Renaissance was a transformative cultural movement that emerged in the early 20th century, primarily during the 1920s and 1930s. It was centered in the Harlem neighborhood of New York City, which became a thriving hub of Black artistic, literary, and intellectual expression. This period, often referred to as the New Negro Movement, marked a significant shift in how African Americans saw themselves and how they were perceived by the world. It was a time of artistic explosion, political activism, and a profound redefinition of Black identity in America. The roots of the Harlem Renaissance can be traced back to the aftermath of the Civil War and the Reconstruction era. The systemic racism and disenfranchisement that followed led many African Americans to seek better opportunities, resulting in the Great Migration. Between 1910 and 1940, millions of Black Southerners moved northward in search of jobs, education, and a reprieve from the oppressive Jim Crow laws. Harlem became a cultural epicenter, attracting a diverse mix of poets, musicians, writers, painters, and intellectuals who sought to redefine what it meant to be Black in America. One of the defining characteristics of the Harlem Renaissance was the unapologetic celebration of Black culture, history, and identity. Writers such as Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, and Claude McKay used poetry and prose to challenge racial stereotypes and assert pride in their heritage. At the same time, visual artists like Aaron Douglas and Jacob Lawrence infused African themes and bold, modernist techniques into their work, creating a unique Black aesthetic that had never before been recognized on such a grand scale. Music played a crucial role in the movement, with jazz and blues becoming dominant forms of artistic expression. Harlem's vibrant nightlife, with iconic venues such as the Cotton Club and the Savoy Ballroom, provided a stage for legendary musicians like Duke Ellington, Louis Armstrong, and Bessie Smith to revolutionize American music. Jazz, in particular, became a symbol of Black creativity and resilience, influencing both national and global musical landscapes. While the Harlem Renaissance was primarily an artistic movement, it was also deeply intertwined with political and social change. Figures such as W.B. Du Bois and Marcus Garvey used their platforms to advocate for Black empowerment, education, and civil rights. The movement was not just about art. It was about redefining a people's place in society and challenging the systemic racism that had long held them back. The Harlem Renaissance laid the foundation for future civil rights movements and continues to inspire artists, writers, and musicians today. It was more than a cultural awakening. It was a declaration of identity, creativity, and resistance that reshaped the course of American history. The birth of a movement. The Harlem Renaissance was not an isolated or sudden occurrence, but rather the culmination of decades of social, political, and cultural shifts within the African American community. Its origins can be traced to the Great Migration, a mass exodus of Black Americans from the South to northern cities in the early 20th century. Escaping racial violence, economic oppression, and limited opportunities, millions of African Americans relocated to cities like Chicago, Philadelphia, and most notably, New York City. Harlem, once an upper-class white neighborhood, transformed into the epicenter of Black culture, drawing in a diverse and ambitious population eager to build a new future. By the early 1900s, Harlem had become the heart of Black intellectualism, creativity, and activism. Influential organizations, such as the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, and the Universal Negro Improvement Association, UNA, played key roles in fostering Black empowerment. Leaders like W.E.B. Du Bois and Marcus Garvey promoted different visions of racial progress, Du Bois advocating for the talented 10th, to lead the way through education and art, while Garvey pushed for economic independence and even a return to Africa. These ideas provided a foundation for the Harlem Renaissance, as Black artists, writers, and musicians sought to express their identities and challenge the stereotypes imposed upon them. A crucial turning point came with the end of World War I. African American soldiers returned home expecting greater respect and rights after their service, yet they were met with continued discrimination and racial violence. This disillusionment, coupled with a growing sense of pride and self-determination within the Black community, fueled a creative explosion. Harlem's streets, nightclubs, salons, and theaters became spaces where Black expression flourished. Writers like Langston Hughes and Claude McKay penned works that spoke to the struggles and triumphs of Black life, while musicians like Duke Ellington and Bessie Smith introduced the world to jazz and blues, two of the most influential musical genres in history. At its core, the Harlem Renaissance was a response to centuries of oppression and an assertion of Black cultural identity. It was not just about artistic production. It was a movement that sought to redefine what it meant to be Black in America. By rejecting racist portrayals and creating their own narratives, Harlem Renaissance artists shaped a new cultural consciousness that extended far beyond New York. This birth of a movement marked the beginning of a new era, one in which African Americans refused to be silenced, using their creativity to demand recognition, dignity, and a place in American society. Historical context: post-Reconstruction to the 1920s. The Harlem Renaissance did not emerge in isolation, but was deeply rooted in the social, political, and economic conditions that shaped Black life in the United States following the Reconstruction era. After the Civil War ended in 1865, the Reconstruction period, 1865 to 1877, saw the federal government attempt to integrate formerly enslaved individuals into American society as full citizens. During this time, African Americans made significant strides, gaining the right to vote, holding political office, and establishing schools and businesses. However, these advancements were met with fierce resistance from white supremacist groups and Southern lawmakers, leading to the eventual collapse of Reconstruction and the rise of Jim Crow laws. By the late 19th century, systemic racism had once again become deeply entrenched in American society. Southern states passed segregation laws that restricted Black Americans from accessing quality education, economic opportunities, and political power. The Supreme Court's 1896 ruling in Plessy v. Ferguson upheld racial segregation under the doctrine of separate but equal, further cementing racial divisions. Black Americans faced disenfranchisement, economic oppression, and violent acts of terror, including lynchings carried out by groups such as the Ku Klux Klan. These harsh realities prompted many African Americans to seek better opportunities elsewhere, laying the groundwork for the Great Migration. Between 1910 and 1940, millions of Black Southerners moved north in search of employment, safety, and greater social freedoms. Industrial cities like Chicago, Detroit, and New York offered jobs in factories, steel mills, and railroads, though Black workers often faced discrimination and lower wages compared to their white counterparts. Harlem, initially a white upper-class neighborhood, soon became a predominantly Black community as real estate companies began renting to African Americans. This migration not only transformed Harlem into a vibrant cultural hub, but also created a space where Black intellectuals, artists, and activists could thrive. World War I further intensified the racial dynamics in the country. Many African Americans served in the military, hoping their sacrifices would lead to greater civil rights upon their return. However, they were met with the same racial hostility, leading to a surge in racial tensions and violent race riots in cities like Chicago and Tulsa. This post-war frustration fueled the rise of new ideologies within the Black community, including the emergence of Pan-Africanism and Black nationalism. Influential figures such as W.E. Du Bois encouraged Black Americans to take pride in their heritage and use art, literature, and music as tools for social change. By the 1920s, Harlem had become the epicenter of this newfound cultural and intellectual awakening. The historical backdrop of oppression, migration, and resilience provided the foundation for the Harlem Renaissance, a movement that would redefine Black identity and reshape American culture for generations to come. The Great Migration and its impact. The Great Migration was one of the most significant demographic shifts in American history, fundamentally reshaping Black communities and laying the foundation for the Harlem Renaissance. Between 1910 and 1940, approximately 6 million African Americans left the rural South for northern and western cities in search of better economic opportunities, political freedom, and safety from racial violence. This mass exodus was driven by the harsh realities of Jim Crow segregation, disenfranchisement, and widespread racial terror, including lynchings and violent attacks by white supremacist groups. For many Black Southerners, life in the North promised a fresh start. Industrial cities like Chicago, Detroit, Pittsburgh, and New York offered jobs in factories, steel mills, railroads, and other booming industries. The onset of World War I created a labor shortage as white men left for military service, opening the door for Black workers to fill positions that had previously been closed to them. Although discrimination and racism persisted in the North, Black migrants found greater economic independence and the ability to participate more actively in political and social life. Harlem, in particular, became a thriving center for Black migrants, offering not only employment opportunities, but also a vibrant community where Black culture and intellectualism flourished. The rapid influx of Black residents into northern cities had profound cultural and social implications. With greater access to education, publishing houses, and artistic networks, Black writers, poets, musicians, and visual artists found new platforms to share their work. The Harlem Renaissance emerged as a direct result of this migration, as the concentration of talent and creativity in Harlem fostered a dynamic artistic movement. Jazz, blues, and gospel music, which had deep roots in the South, evolved into new forms in the urban North, with artists like Duke Ellington and Louis Armstrong transforming Harlem's nightlife and influencing music on a global scale. However, the migration also brought challenges. Many white residents resisted the growing Black population, leading to housing discrimination, redlining, and even race riots, such as the 1919 Red Summer, where violent white mobs attacked Black communities in multiple cities. Despite these obstacles, Black migrants continued to carve out spaces of resistance and self-determination. Organizations like the NAACP and the National Urban League worked to secure civil rights, while figures such as W.E.B. Du Bois and Marcus Garvey advocated for racial pride and economic empowerment. The Great Migration was not just a movement of people. It was a movement of ideas, culture, and ambition. It redefined the landscape of Black America, creating new opportunities for artistic and intellectual expression. Without this mass migration, the Harlem Renaissance may never have achieved the cultural explosion that made it one of the most influential movements in American history. Harlem as the cultural epicenter. By the early 20th century, Harlem had transformed into the beating heart of Black culture, creativity, and intellectualism. Once an upscale white neighborhood, Harlem became a predominantly Black community as real estate developers opened housing opportunities to African Americans during the Great Migration. This shift created a unique environment where artists, musicians, writers, and activists converged, giving birth to the Harlem Renaissance, a movement that redefined Black identity and influenced American culture in profound ways. Harlem's rapid growth was fueled by the arrival of ambitious Black migrants from the South, as well as immigrants from the Caribbean who brought their own rich traditions and perspectives. This diversity contributed to a cultural explosion that encompassed literature, music, visual arts, and political thought. Black intellectuals and scholars, including W.E.B. Du Bois and Alain Locke, saw Harlem as a place where the new Negro could emerge, an empowered, educated, and self-determined individual who would challenge racist stereotypes and assert Black excellence. One of the defining aspects of Harlem's cultural prominence was its thriving literary scene. Writers such as Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, and Claude McKay used poetry and fiction to depict the complexities of Black life, addressing themes of racial pride, struggle, and resilience. Publishing houses, Black-owned newspapers, and literary salons provided platforms for these voices, ensuring that Harlem's creative output reached audiences far beyond its borders. Harlem's bookstores and intellectual circles became hubs for discussion and debate, further solidifying the neighborhood's reputation as a center for Black thought and artistic innovation. Music was another pillar of Harlem's cultural dominance. Jazz and blues, deeply rooted in the African American experience, found a new home in the neighborhood's vibrant nightlife. Clubs such as the Cotton Club, the Savoy Ballroom, and the Apollo Theater became legendary venues where artists like Duke Ellington, Bessie Smith, and Louis Armstrong revolutionized the sound of American music. Jazz, in particular, became synonymous with the Harlem Renaissance, symbolizing both artistic freedom and social change. Harlem was also a visual arts powerhouse, with artists like Aaron Douglas, Augusta Savage, and Palmer Hayden creating bold, modern works that drew from African heritage and contemporary struggles. Murals, sculptures, and paintings reflected themes of racial identity, migration, and resistance, establishing a new Black aesthetic that challenged mainstream artistic norms. Beyond the arts, Harlem was a hub of political and social activism. Organizations such as the NAACP, the National Urban League, and Marcus Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association, UNIA, used Harlem as a base to advocate for Black empowerment, civil rights, and economic independence. The combination of artistic brilliance and political awareness made Harlem not just a neighborhood, but a movement, one that would leave an enduring legacy in American and global culture. Defining the Harlem Renaissance. The Harlem Renaissance was more than just an artistic movement. It was a cultural, intellectual, and social revolution that redefined what it meant to be Black in America. Spanning roughly from the 1910s to the mid-1930s, it was a period of unprecedented creative and intellectual output centered in Harlem, New York. African Americans, fueled by the Great Migration and a collective desire for self-expression, used literature, music, theater, and visual arts to challenge racial stereotypes, celebrate Black identity, and assert their place in American society. At its core, the Harlem Renaissance was a response to centuries of racial oppression and exclusion. Black writers, poets, and scholars sought to reclaim their narrative by producing works that reflected the complexities of Black life. Figures like Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, and Claude McKay infused their writing with themes of racial pride, struggle, and resilience. Their works often depicted the joys and sorrows of everyday Black life, breaking away from the demeaning and simplistic portrayals of African Americans that had long dominated mainstream literature. Alain Locke's The New Negro, published in 1925, became a defining text of the movement, advocating for a modern, confident Black identity that rejected subservience and embraced self-determination. Music was another crucial element in defining the Harlem Renaissance. Jazz and blues, both deeply rooted in African American history and experience, became dominant forms of artistic expression. Harlem's vibrant nightclubs, including the Cotton Club and the Savoy Ballroom, showcased legendary musicians like Duke Ellington, Louis Armstrong, and Bessie Smith. Jazz, with its improvisational nature and rhythmic complexity, symbolized the freedom and innovation that the Harlem Renaissance represented. This music not only captivated Black audiences, but also influenced mainstream American culture, helping to break down racial barriers in the arts. Visual art flourished as well, with painters and sculptors using their work to explore themes of heritage, identity, and social justice. Artists like Aaron Douglas, Augusta Savage, and Palmer Hayden blended African artistic traditions with modern styles, creating a distinct aesthetic that challenged Western artistic norms. Their work celebrated Black culture and history, drawing inspiration from African motifs, historical events, and contemporary struggles. Beyond the arts, the Harlem Renaissance was deeply connected to political and social movements. Leaders such as W.E.B. Du Bois and Marcus Garvey used their platforms to advocate for Black empowerment, civil rights, and economic independence. Harlem became a hub for intellectual discourse, where ideas about race, identity, and justice were debated and developed. Ultimately, the Harlem Renaissance was a transformative period that reshaped American culture and laid the foundation for future civil rights movements. It was a declaration of Black excellence, creativity, and resilience, a movement that proved African Americans were not just contributors to American culture, but essential to its evolution. Chapter 2: Literature and the Power of the Written Word. Literature was one of the most influential aspects of the Harlem Renaissance, serving as a powerful tool for redefining Black identity, challenging racial stereotypes, and showcasing the richness of African American culture. Through poetry, novels, essays, and plays, Black writers asserted their voices and provided authentic representations of Black life in America. Their works explored themes of racial pride, social justice, migration, and the complexities of the Black experience, leaving a lasting impact on American literature and culture. One of the most celebrated writers of the Harlem Renaissance was Langston Hughes, whose poetry and prose captured the essence of Black life with rhythm, humor, and deep emotional resonance. Hughes embraced the everyday struggles and joys of African Americans, often drawing inspiration from jazz and blues to infuse his writing with a musical quality. His works, such as The Weary Blues and Montage of a Dream Deferred, painted vivid pictures of Harlem and the resilience of its people. Hughes believed that literature should speak directly to the common man, making his poetry accessible and deeply connected to the Black community. Zora Neale Hurston was another pivotal figure, blending folklore, dialect, and powerful storytelling in her works. Her novel, Their Eyes Were Watching God, is now regarded as one of the greatest pieces of American literature, offering a rich portrayal of Black womanhood and self-discovery. Hurston's anthropological background also influenced her writing, as she documented African American folklore and traditions, preserving cultural narratives that had long been overlooked. Unlike many of her contemporaries, she often celebrated Black life without focusing solely on racism, instead emphasizing the vibrancy and complexity of Black communities. Claude McKay, a Jamaican-born poet and novelist, used his work to confront racial injustices head-on. His powerful poems, such as If We Must Die, expressed defiance in the face of racial violence, inspiring a sense of resistance and pride among African Americans. His novel Home to Harlem captured the energy of Harlem's nightlife and working-class struggles, portraying a raw and unfiltered perspective of Black urban life. Alain Locke, often considered the intellectual architect of the Harlem Renaissance, played a crucial role in shaping the movement through his influential anthology, The New Negro. This collection of essays, poetry, and fiction showcased the diversity of Black thought and creativity, promoting the idea that African Americans were not merely passive participants in American society, but active contributors to its cultural and intellectual growth. The literature of the Harlem Renaissance was revolutionary, breaking barriers and redefining African American identity. It provided a platform for Black voices to be heard, influencing future generations of writers and laying the foundation for the civil rights movement. The power of the written word during this era extended beyond literature. It was a declaration of dignity, resilience, and artistic excellence. Key literary figures: Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, and Claude McKay. The Harlem Renaissance produced some of the most influential literary voices in American history, with writers using their craft to redefine Black identity and challenge racial oppression. Among the most notable figures were Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, and Claude McKay, each of whom brought unique perspectives and styles to the movement. Their contributions not only shaped the literature of their time, but also left a lasting legacy on future generations of writers and thinkers. Langston Hughes was one of the most celebrated poets and writers of the Harlem Renaissance, known for his ability to capture the essence of Black life in America. His work was deeply influenced by jazz and blues, which he infused into his poetry to create a rhythm that mirrored the cultural energy of Harlem. Hughes wrote about the everyday struggles and triumphs of African Americans, giving voice to their dreams, hardships, and resilience. His famous poem, The Negro Speaks of Rivers, reflects a deep connection to African heritage, while Harlem, Dream Deferred, explores the frustrations of racial inequality. Hughes was committed to making literature accessible to the Black working class, believing that art should reflect the experiences of ordinary people. Zora Neale Hurston was a groundbreaking writer, folklorist, and anthropologist who brought a unique perspective to Harlem Renaissance literature. Unlike many of her contemporaries, Hurston focused on celebrating Black culture rather than centering her work on racial oppression. Her most famous novel, Their Eyes Were Watching God, is a powerful exploration of Black womanhood, independence, and self-discovery. Hurston's use of Southern Black dialect and folklore set her work apart, preserving the oral traditions of African American communities. Her storytelling was deeply rooted in cultural authenticity, highlighting the beauty, humor, and resilience of Black life. Although she faced criticism from some Black intellectuals for not addressing racial injustice more directly, her work has since been recognized as a vital contribution to American literature. Claude McKay, a Jamaican-born poet and novelist, used his writing as a tool for resistance and activism. His poetry often expressed a deep sense of racial pride and a call to action against oppression. One of his most famous works, If We Must Die, is a powerful response to racial violence, urging Black people to fight back with dignity and courage. McKay's novel Home to Harlem provided an unfiltered portrayal of Harlem's working-class life, showcasing both its vibrancy and struggles. His work bridged the gap between political activism and literary artistry, making him a key voice in the Harlem Renaissance. Together, Hughes, Hurston, and McKay helped define the Harlem Renaissance, using literature to uplift, challenge, and inspire. Their works remain essential to understanding the movement's impact and the enduring power of Black storytelling. Poetry as protest and expression. Poetry during the Harlem Renaissance was a powerful tool for protest and expression, allowing Black writers to challenge the status quo and give voice to the struggles and aspirations of African Americans. Many poets used their craft to respond directly to the racial injustice, economic inequality, and social oppression that characterized the Black experience in America. At the same time, they celebrated Black identity, culture, and pride, creating a space where the complexities of being Black in a racially divided society could be openly explored. Langston Hughes, perhaps the most iconic poet of the Harlem Renaissance, used poetry as a means of both protest and expression. His work spoke directly to the frustrations of Black Americans, but it also highlighted their resilience and hope. In his famous poem, The Negro Speaks of Rivers, Hughes connected the African American experience to the broader history of the Black diaspora, asserting the enduring strength and cultural richness of Black people. He often used his poetry to voice the desires of the Black community for equality and recognition, most notably in Harlem, Dream Deferred, which explores the consequences of unmet dreams and promises. Hughes's work was rooted in the rhythm and spirit of Black music, from jazz to spirituals, and captured both the pain and beauty of the Black experience in America. Claude McKay, a Jamaican-born poet, also used his poetry as a form of protest. His works often expressed defiance against racial violence and discrimination. His poem, If We Must Die, became a rallying cry for Black resistance, urging African Americans to confront oppression with dignity and strength, even in the face of violence. McKay's poetry was filled with fiery calls for social justice, challenging the racist systems that sought to silence and marginalize Black people. In addition to his activist poetry, McKay's novels, such as Home to Harlem, captured the vibrancy of Harlem life while also critiquing the societal structures that kept Black people in poverty and under oppression. Poetry during the Harlem Renaissance also became a space for African Americans to reimagine their identity and assert their place in American society. Poets such as Countee Cullen and Jessie Redmond Fauset, though perhaps less overtly political, still conveyed a sense of pride in Black heritage and the desire for equality. They used the poetic form to navigate the complexities of being Black and American, often grappling with issues of race, class, and cultural assimilation. In essence, poetry during the Harlem Renaissance was more than just art. It was activism, an act of defiance, and a celebration of the beauty and power of Black identity. Through their words, poets gave voice to a generation's struggle and dreams, making poetry an essential force in shaping the cultural and political landscape of the time. The Harlem Renaissance novel. The novel played a significant role in the Harlem Renaissance, allowing Black writers to delve into the complexities of the African American experience and explore the impact of racism, identity, migration, and social change. While poetry dominated much of the movement, the novel provided a platform for a more extensive exploration of characters, communities, and the intricacies of Black life in America. Authors of the Harlem Renaissance used the novel to both protest racial injustice and celebrate Black culture, offering new, authentic narratives that challenged stereotypes and broadened the scope of African American literature. One of the most influential novels of the Harlem Renaissance was Home to Harlem by Claude McKay, which offered a raw and unfiltered portrayal of Harlem's vibrant and often gritty urban life. The novel centers around Jake, a soldier who returns to Harlem after World War I, navigating the complexity of Black identity and the promise of freedom in a racially divided society. McKay's depiction of Harlem's nightlife, jazz music, and the lives of its working-class residents captures both the energy and struggles of the community. The novel's boldness in addressing issues such as racial inequality, class, and sexuality made it a groundbreaking work that reflected the modern Black experience while also critiquing mainstream society's treatment of African Americans. Zora Neale Hurston's Their Eyes Were Watching God is another seminal work from this period, offering a powerful narrative of self-discovery and empowerment for Black women. Through the protagonist, Janie Crawford, Hurston explores themes of love, independence, and the search for personal fulfillment. Set in the rural South, the novel is notable for its use of Southern Black dialect and its incorporation of folklore, showcasing Hurston's anthropological background and deep connection to African American cultural traditions. Their Eyes Were Watching God highlights the complexity of Black womanhood, challenging the prevailing notions of race and gender, and celebrating the strength and autonomy of Black women. Other notable Harlem Renaissance novels include Jessie Redmond Fauset's There Is Confusion and Nella Larsen's Passing, both of which explore issues of identity, colorism, and the tensions between African American and white society. Fauset's novel focuses on the lives of a group of young African American intellectuals in Harlem, highlighting the challenges of love, career, and social expectations. Larsen's Passing confronts the complexities of racial identity as it follows two childhood friends, one who passes as white and one who embraces her Black heritage, exploring the psychological and social consequences of crossing racial boundaries. The Harlem Renaissance novel provided a rich, multifaceted exploration of Black life, giving voice to characters whose stories had been previously ignored or misrepresented in literature. These novels not only contributed to the cultural and intellectual awakening of the period, but also laid the groundwork for later movements in African American literature, influencing generations of writers to come. Black newspapers and magazines. During the Harlem Renaissance, Black newspapers and magazines played a pivotal role in shaping the cultural, intellectual, and political discourse of the time. These publications provided a platform for African American voices, offering a space where Black writers, artists, and intellectuals could share their work and ideas with the broader public. More importantly, they helped foster a sense of unity and solidarity within the Black community, while also challenging the racial inequities and injustices that permeated American society. One of the most influential publications of the Harlem Renaissance was The Crisis, the official magazine of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, founded by W.E.B. Du Bois in 1910. The Crisis was dedicated to promoting the social, political, and economic advancement of African Americans. Under Du Bois's leadership, the magazine became a vital platform for Black writers, poets, and artists, publishing works by figures like Langston Hughes, Claude McKay, and Zora Neale Hurston. Du Bois's editorial vision combined the fight for civil rights with the promotion of African American culture, offering readers both political analysis and artistic expression. The magazine's emphasis on the new Negro resonated deeply with the intellectual and artistic aspirations of the Harlem Renaissance. Another significant publication was Opportunity, a Journal of Negro Life, which was launched in 1923 by the National Urban League. Unlike The Crisis, which was more politically driven, Opportunity focused on showcasing the talents and achievements of Black artists, writers, and musicians. Under the editorship of Charles S. Johnson, Opportunity became a major platform for poetry, short stories, and literary criticism, publishing works by emerging writers of the Harlem Renaissance, including Langston Hughes and Countee Cullen. The magazine's focus on showcasing African American artistic excellence made it an essential publication for anyone interested in the cultural renaissance taking place in Harlem. In addition to The Crisis and Opportunity, publications such as The Messenger, founded by A. Philip Randolph and Chandler Owen, and Negro World, established by Marcus Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association, UNI, played a vital role in the Harlem Renaissance. The Messenger was a radical publication that advocated for workers' rights, civil rights, and socialism, while Negro World was a nationalist newspaper that promoted Garvey's message of Black pride and self-determination. These publications, along with others, provided diverse perspectives on race, class, and political engagement, reflecting the multiplicity of voices within the Black community during this time. Black newspapers and magazines during the Harlem Renaissance were instrumental in shaping public opinion, encouraging intellectual and artistic innovation, and promoting social and political change. They not only provided an avenue for artistic expression, but also helped to elevate the voices of African Americans at a time when mainstream media largely ignored or misrepresented them. Through their pages, Black writers and thinkers were able to challenge the dominant narrative and create a new space for Black identity and empowerment. Legacy of Harlem Renaissance Literature. The legacy of Harlem Renaissance literature is profound and enduring, continuing to shape the landscape of American literature and culture to this day. The writers of the Harlem Renaissance redefined the boundaries of African American literature, creating works that not only addressed the realities of racial inequality, but also celebrated the richness of Black culture, identity, and history. Their impact reverberated through the generations that followed, laying the groundwork for the civil rights movement and influencing contemporary African American writers. One of the most significant contributions of Harlem Renaissance literature was the creation of a new, empowered Black voice in the literary world. Authors such as Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, and Claude McKay provided alternative narratives to the pervasive stereotypes and dehumanizing depictions of Black life that had dominated literature for centuries. Their works portrayed African Americans as fully realized individuals with complex inner lives, aspirations, and struggles. By doing so, they challenged the dominant literary canon and established African American writers as central figures in the American literary tradition. The themes explored during the Harlem Renaissance, racial pride, identity, migration, and resistance, continue to resonate in literature today. The writers of the Harlem Renaissance were deeply concerned with the construction of Black identity, rejecting the idea that African Americans needed to conform to white societal norms. This sense of pride and self-determination found expression in works that celebrated Black culture, folklore, and the beauty of the African American experience. Zora Neale Hurston's Their Eyes Were Watching God remains one of the most powerful novels in the American canon, particularly for its portrayal of Black womanhood and self-discovery. Langston Hughes's poetry, which often reflected the rhythm of Black music, continues to be studied for its emotional depth and musicality, and Claude McKay's works on racial injustice and Black resistance paved the way for later writers to address themes of Black activism and social change. The Harlem Renaissance also set the stage for the emergence of Black literary movements in the mid-20th century, including the Black arts movement and the rise of writers like Toni Morrison, James Baldwin, and Richard Wright. These authors, much like their predecessors, continued to examine issues of race and identity, while also delving into more complex explorations of class, sexuality, and the psychological effects of racism. Today, the literature of the Harlem Renaissance remains a cornerstone of African American literature, celebrated not only for its artistic achievement, but also for its role in redefining the Black experience in America. The writers of the Harlem Renaissance left behind a legacy of intellectual and artistic innovation that continues to inspire generations of writers and readers, ensuring that their voices will never be forgotten. Chapter 3: Visual Arts and the New Negro Aesthetic. The Harlem Renaissance marked a transformative period in the visual arts as Black artists sought to redefine and celebrate African American identity through a new aesthetic lens. Central to this artistic revolution was the concept of the New Negro, a term popularized by Alain Locke, which emphasized a renewed sense of racial pride, cultural awareness, and self-expression. Artists during this time used their work to challenge the prevailing racial stereotypes, uplift the Black community, and assert their place in American society. The visual arts became a vital space for exploring themes of heritage, identity, and social justice, and Black artists made significant contributions to the broader development of modern art. One of the key figures of the Harlem Renaissance's visual arts movement was Aaron Douglas, often referred to as the father of African American art. Douglas's style combined elements of African art, modernism, and Art Deco to create visually striking, symbolic works that reflected the history and struggles of Black people. His use of bold colors, geometric shapes, and stylized figures captured the essence of Black identity, with works like Aspects of Negro Life and Into Bondage, conveying the pain and resilience of the African American experience. Through his art, Douglas highlighted the importance of connecting the past with the present, drawing on African heritage to inspire a modern progressive vision for African American culture. Augusta Savage was another pivotal artist of the Harlem Renaissance, known for her powerful sculptures that explored themes of race, identity, and human dignity. Savage's Lift Every Voice and Sing, a sculpture inspired by the Black national anthem, was one of her most iconic works. As a pioneering Black female artist, Savage broke barriers in the art world, advocating for greater representation of African Americans in the arts. Her work not only celebrated Black culture, but also aimed to elevate the social and political consciousness of the time, emphasizing the strength and beauty of Black individuals and communities. Other notable visual artists during this period included Palmer Hayden, who depicted scenes of everyday Black life with vibrant realism, and Jacob Lawrence, whose work chronicled the Great Migration and the resilience of Black Americans. Lawrence's Migration series used vivid colors and dynamic compositions to tell the story of African Americans' move from the rural South to the urban North, capturing the complexities and struggles of migration in a series of striking panels. The visual arts during the Harlem Renaissance were more than just aesthetic pursuits. They were acts of resistance, celebration, and empowerment. Through their work, Black artists created a visual language that told the stories of African American life and history, offering new ways for both Black and white audiences to understand and appreciate the contributions of Black people to American culture. The New Negro aesthetic not only reshaped the art world, but also helped to foster a broader cultural and political awakening that would influence future generations. The role of African heritage in art. The Harlem Renaissance was deeply influenced by the rediscovery and celebration of African heritage, which played a crucial role in shaping the visual arts of the period. For many Black artists, embracing African cultural traditions and symbols was not only a means of reconnecting with their ancestral roots, but also a way to assert pride in their heritage and challenge the demeaning stereotypes imposed by mainstream American society. African art and culture became a central point of inspiration, offering new aesthetic languages that helped define the artistic identity of the Harlem Renaissance. Artists such as Aaron Douglas, who became one of the most prominent figures of the Harlem Renaissance, drew heavily on African art traditions, blending them with modernist and Western styles. His use of bold, geometric shapes and stylized, elongated figures in works like Aspects of Negro Life was a direct homage to African sculpture and mask designs. Douglas believed that African art represented a powerful visual language that could capture the cultural depth of the Black experience. By incorporating African motifs into his art, he sought to create a sense of unity between African heritage and the evolving cultural landscape of African Americans in the 20th century. His work symbolized the strength, resilience, and continuity of African American identity in a world that often sought to erase or diminish it. In addition to Douglas, other Harlem Renaissance artists, such as Jacob Lawrence and Charles Alston, also drew inspiration from African art traditions. Lawrence's Migration series, for example, utilized bold colors and simplified forms to evoke the spirit of African art, reflecting the migration of African Americans from the rural South to the urban North. Similarly, Alston's work often incorporated African symbols and storytelling techniques, emphasizing themes of cultural heritage and collective memory. This influence helped to reframe the narrative of Blackness, moving away from the European-centric view of art and culture toward a more authentic, self-determined understanding of African American identity. African heritage in art during the Harlem Renaissance also served as a tool of resistance. By embracing African cultural elements, Black artists rejected the notion that Black culture was inferior or primitive. Instead, they demonstrated that African heritage was a source of strength and beauty, with a rich history that deserved to be celebrated. The incorporation of African themes and imagery allowed artists to challenge the Eurocentric ideals that had long dominated the art world, asserting the equal value and complexity of Black culture in its own right. Ultimately, the role of African heritage in Harlem Renaissance art was central to the movement's vision of racial pride and empowerment. It helped to reshape how Black Americans viewed themselves and their cultural history, while simultaneously reshaping how the broader American society understood Black identity and artistic expression. Through their exploration of African traditions, Harlem Renaissance artists created a powerful visual language that celebrated the richness and diversity of the Black experience. Prominent artists: Aaron Douglas, Palmer Hayden, and Lois Mailou Jones. The Harlem Renaissance was a time of great artistic innovation, and among the leading figures of this period were Aaron Douglas, Palmer Hayden, and Lois Mailou Jones. These artists played pivotal roles in defining the visual aesthetic of the movement, contributing works that celebrated African American identity, culture, and history while challenging racial stereotypes and embracing the richness of African heritage. Aaron Douglas is perhaps the most well-known artist associated with the Harlem Renaissance. Often referred to as the father of African American art, Douglas's work was a fusion of African art traditions, modernism, and Art Deco. His style was characterized by bold, graphic compositions and symbolic representations of African American life. Douglas's use of stylized figures and vibrant geometric shapes was inspired by African masks and murals, and his works, such as Aspects of Negro Life and Into Bondage, powerfully depicted the struggles and triumphs of African Americans. Douglas believed that art could serve as a form of social change, and his works often conveyed messages of empowerment, dignity, and pride in Black identity. His murals, notably at the Harlem branch of the New York Public Library, remain a significant part of his legacy, offering a visual record of Black history and culture. Palmer Hayden was another key artist in the Harlem Renaissance, known for his rich, colorful depictions of African American life. Hayden's work often explored the vibrancy of Black communities, focusing on scenes of everyday life, folklore, and historical narratives. His paintings, such as The Janitor Who Paints, provided a nuanced portrayal of Black people, avoiding simplistic or stereotypical depictions. Hayden's art also drew from his own experiences as an artist and a member of the Black working class, creating works that celebrated the dignity and humanity of African Americans. His bold use of color and texture captured the dynamism of Harlem during the Renaissance, blending social realism with an admiration for Black culture. Lois Mailou Jones, one of the leading female artists of the Harlem Renaissance, made significant contributions to both American and African American art. Jones's work spanned a variety of styles, including portraiture, still life, and landscape, but she is most known for her use of African motifs and symbolism. Jones's exploration of African culture in her art became a central aspect of her work, as seen in her pieces like Les Fétiches, where she combined African-inspired imagery with modernist techniques. As a teacher, Jones also mentored a new generation of artists, and her efforts helped pave the way for greater representation of Black women in the art world. Her legacy is marked by her ability to blend African heritage with Western artistic traditions, creating works that were both innovative and deeply rooted in cultural pride. Together, Aaron Douglas, Palmer Hayden, and Lois Mailou Jones exemplified the creativity and resilience of Harlem Renaissance artists. Their work not only reflected the cultural and intellectual awakening of the time, but also served as an enduring testament to the power of art in shaping identity and challenging societal norms. Themes and techniques in Harlem Renaissance art. The art of the Harlem Renaissance was marked by a dynamic blend of themes and techniques that both reflected and shaped the cultural landscape of the period. Black artists sought to express the complexities of African American life, identity, and heritage, while also engaging with the broader social and political issues of the time. Central to the movement was the exploration of race, racial pride, and the celebration of Black culture. At the same time, Harlem Renaissance artists embraced modernist approaches to form, color, and composition, blending traditional African art influences with contemporary Western artistic techniques. One of the most prominent themes in Harlem Renaissance art was racial pride and the celebration of African American identity. Artists rejected the demeaning stereotypes that had long been associated with Black people and instead sought to depict their subjects as dignified, strong, and full of potential. This was evident in the work of artists like Aaron Douglas, who often incorporated African symbols and motifs into his paintings, murals, and illustrations. His use of bold lines, geometric shapes, and stylized figures emphasized the power and resilience of the African American experience. The focus on portraying Black life as beautiful, dynamic, and multifaceted was a radical departure from the negative representations that had dominated art and culture in previous generations. Another key theme was the connection to African heritage. Many Harlem Renaissance artists, such as Douglas and Lois Mailou Jones, were inspired by African art traditions, including masks, textiles, and sculptures. By integrating these elements into their work, Artists created a visual language that celebrated their roots and linked their cultural heritage to the modern world. This connection to Africa was not only a reclaiming of Black history, but also an assertion of cultural pride in the face of a dominant Western society that had marginalized African traditions. In terms of technique, Harlem Renaissance artists experimented with a wide range of styles, from realism to abstraction. Many artists blended Western modernism with African influences, creating innovative compositions that were visually striking and thought-provoking. For example, Jacob Lawrence's Migration series combined the clarity of narrative realism with the vibrancy of modernist abstraction. Lawrence used bold colors, simplified forms, and dynamic compositions to convey the emotional intensity of the African American migration experience. This fusion of techniques was a hallmark of Harlem Renaissance art, as artists sought to express complex ideas in new and visually exciting ways. The Harlem Renaissance also saw a move toward greater experimentation with media and methods. Artists like Palmer Hayden used oil painting to explore rich depictions of Black life, while others like Augusta Savage worked in sculpture to create powerful three-dimensional works that celebrated African American figures and traditions. These diverse techniques, coupled with themes of empowerment, heritage, and resistance, gave Harlem Renaissance art its distinctive character and lasting impact on the American artistic tradition. Murals, illustrations, and public art. During the Harlem Renaissance, murals, illustrations, and public art became powerful tools for expressing the cultural, political, and social ideals of the era. Artists used these large-scale works to engage the public in meaningful conversations about race, identity, and the African American experience. The visual arts moved beyond the confines of galleries and private collections, making their way into public spaces where they could reach a broader audience, especially the Black community. These public artworks were central to the Harlem Renaissance's mission to redefine Black identity and celebrate African American culture while challenging the prevailing racist narratives of the time. One of the most influential artists in this movement was Aaron Douglas, whose murals are considered some of the most important works of the Harlem Renaissance. His murals, such as those at the New York Public Library's Harlem branch, depicted scenes from African American history and culture, blending modernist aesthetics with African art influences. Through bold lines, geometric patterns, and stylized figures, Douglas created powerful imagery that celebrated the Black experience, from slavery to freedom. His murals served as a visual testament to the resilience and dignity of African Americans, offering a narrative of empowerment and hope that resonated deeply within the Harlem community. Public art was also an avenue for artists like Charles Alston, who created murals that conveyed themes of racial pride and solidarity. Alston's murals, including those at the Harlem Art Workshop and the Harlem Hospital, depicted African American life with an emphasis on community, heritage, and resilience. His work, which was often more narrative and less abstract than Douglas's, served as a direct form of cultural education for Black audiences. By incorporating African symbols and images of Black figures into these works, Alston helped to elevate the status of African American art and demonstrate its value within the larger cultural landscape of the time. Illustration played a key role in the Harlem Renaissance as well, particularly in publications like The Crisis, which featured works by artists such as Charles White and Lois Mailou Jones. These illustrations were more than just decorative. They were a means of communication and expression. In The Crisis, illustrations helped to amplify the magazine's advocacy for civil rights and social change. They often complemented the written word, offering visual commentary on issues of race, segregation, and Black identity. The illustrations of the Harlem Renaissance helped to bridge the gap between fine art and mass media, reaching a wide audience and reinforcing the movement's messages of Black pride, dignity, and empowerment. The role of murals, illustrations, and public art during the Harlem Renaissance was not just about aesthetics. It was a strategic use of visual culture to challenge racial injustice, celebrate African American heritage, and provide a sense of shared identity within the Black community. These public works brought art to life, making it accessible and relevant to all. And they continue to serve as enduring symbols of the Harlem Renaissance's cultural and political achievements. Art as political and social commentary. Art during the Harlem Renaissance served as a powerful form of political and social commentary, enabling African American artists to voice their experiences, challenge societal norms, and demand justice. While the movement is often celebrated for its cultural and artistic innovation, it was also deeply rooted in the fight for civil rights and the rejection of racial oppression. Artists used their work not just as an aesthetic pursuit, but as a means of activism, bringing attention to issues of inequality, segregation, and the dehumanization of Black people in America. One of the key ways artists expressed political and social concerns was through the depiction of Black life in all its complexities, rejecting the stereotypes that had long been propagated by white society. Artists such as Aaron Douglas, Charles Alston, and Jacob Lawrence conveyed powerful messages about Black pride, resilience, and empowerment through their art. Their work, which often drew on African American history, folklore, and struggles for freedom, served as a direct response to the racial discrimination that was pervasive in the United States at the time. Douglas's murals, for example, depicted the journey from slavery to freedom, showcasing the collective strength of Black people in overcoming adversity. These visual narratives conveyed a message of solidarity and defiance in the face of systemic racism. The Harlem Renaissance also saw the emergence of a new sense of pride in African heritage. Artists such as Lois Mailou Jones and Augusta Savage incorporated African cultural symbols, rituals, and iconography into their work, reimagining Black identity in a way that was empowering and dignified. This reclaiming of African heritage was itself an act of resistance against the white-dominated cultural landscape that often marginalized Black history and traditions. For artists like Jones, the fusion of African motifs with modernist styles was a way of asserting the richness and value of Black culture, while simultaneously critiquing the racial inequities of American society. Art as political and social commentary also took on a more direct form in works that addressed the brutal realities of racism. The works of artists like Charles White and Palmer Hayden depicted the harshness of life for African Americans, drawing attention to the systemic injustices of the time. Hayden's The Janitor Who Paints served as a poignant critique of class and racial struggles, while White's works often highlighted the human cost of racism, offering searing depictions of the emotional and psychological toll it took on Black individuals. In all, the Harlem Renaissance's art was not only an aesthetic revolution, but also a profound act of political resistance. Artists wielded their creativity to shine a light on the injustices of their time, using their platforms to demand recognition, equality, and the freedom to define their own identities. Their work remains a testament to the power of art in shaping social and political change, offering a lasting legacy that continues to inspire movements for justice today. Chapter 4: Music and the Rise of Jazz and Blues. The Harlem Renaissance was not only a literary and visual arts movement, but also a defining period for African American music, with jazz and blues emerging as the cultural soundtracks of the era. These genres, rooted in African American folk traditions, transformed American music and played a pivotal role in shaping the cultural identity of the Harlem Renaissance. Through the rise of jazz and blues, Black musicians became influential figures in the wider cultural landscape, breaking boundaries and redefining music as a form of both personal expression and social commentary. Jazz, in particular, became the hallmark of the Harlem Renaissance. Emerging from African American communities in New Orleans, it evolved rapidly during the 1920s and became a symbol of modernity, freedom, and creativity. Artists like Duke Ellington, Louis Armstrong, and Fletcher Henderson brought jazz to the forefront of the music scene, not just in Harlem, but across the United States and Europe. These musicians introduced innovative approaches to rhythm, improvisation, and instrumentation, pushing the boundaries of music and captivating audiences worldwide. Jazz's syncopated rhythms, expressive improvisations, and smooth melodies allowed it to transcend its roots in African American communities and become an international sensation, representing a bold new era in music. Jazz was also a form of social and cultural expression that echoed the themes of the Harlem Renaissance. The genre's improvisational nature allowed musicians to convey the spontaneity and complexity of African American life. For Black musicians, jazz was not only a musical style, but also a means of asserting their individuality and artistic agency in a society that sought to marginalize them. The upbeat and energetic nature of jazz became a symbol of resistance against the oppression African Americans faced, while also serving as a celebration of their cultural heritage. Blues, on the other hand, offered a more introspective counterpoint to the exuberance of jazz. Rooted in the experiences of Black people in the South, blues was deeply connected to the hardships and emotional struggles of life under racism and economic hardship. Artists such as Bessie Smith, Ma Rainey, and Blind Lemon Jefferson used the blues as a medium to express personal and collective pain, creating songs that reflected the sorrow, longing, and resilience of African American life. The blues, with its mournful melodies and lyrics that often address themes of love, loss, and injustice, resonated with audiences on a deeply emotional level. Both jazz and blues played vital roles in the Harlem Renaissance, contributing to the cultural vibrancy of the period. They not only shaped the musical landscape of the time, but also became symbols of African American identity, creativity, and resistance. The rise of these genres marked a shift in the cultural narrative of Black America, providing a platform for Black musicians to assert their voice in a segregated society. The lasting influence of jazz and blues continues to resonate in music today, remaining integral to the history of American music and the cultural legacy of the Harlem Renaissance. The evolution of jazz in Harlem. Harlem, in the 1920s, became the heart of a revolutionary musical movement, the rise of jazz. While jazz had its roots in New Orleans, it was in Harlem that it truly flourished and became a defining sound of the era. The neighborhood, filled with Black intellectuals, artists, and musicians, provided an environment of creativity and experimentation that allowed jazz to evolve into the genre we recognize today. As Harlem became a cultural epicenter during the Harlem Renaissance, jazz not only shaped the musical landscape, but also reflected the spirit of innovation, resistance, and pride that characterized the movement. The evolution of jazz in Harlem was marked by a growing sophistication in both its form and its performance. While early jazz was centered around collective improvisation and a more informal, celebratory style, the Harlem Renaissance saw jazz becoming more structured and refined. It was during this time that jazz ensembles began to feature arrangements with more complex harmonies, and musicians began to emphasize individual solos, giving birth to what we now know as big band jazz. Artists like Duke Ellington and Fletcher Henderson were instrumental in this transformation. Ellington, in particular, became one of the most important figures in the development of jazz during the Harlem Renaissance. His innovative compositions, such as Mood Indigo and Take the A Train, elevated the genre, blending jazz with classical elements and orchestral arrangements. Ellington's work at the Cotton Club, a renowned Harlem nightclub, helped to bring jazz to a wider audience, both Black and white, and cemented the genre's place in American music history. Another key figure in the evolution of jazz in Harlem was Louis Armstrong. Armstrong, whose virtuosity on the trumpet and distinctive voice made him a global sensation, revolutionized jazz with his improvisational techniques. His influence on jazz was profound, as he introduced a more melodic approach to improvisation, and his charismatic performances brought jazz to mainstream audiences. Armstrong's recordings, like West End Blues, showcased his technical brilliance and emotional depth, making jazz more expressive and accessible to listeners around the world. The evolution of jazz in Harlem also coincided with the development of new jazz venues and clubs, such as the Apollo Theater and the Savoy Ballroom, which became essential to the Harlem nightlife scene. These venues were not only places for musical performance, but also for social gathering and cultural exchange. The energy of Harlem's jazz scene reflected the optimism and pride of the Black community, while also serving as a space for challenging the racial boundaries of mainstream American culture. Ultimately, the evolution of jazz in Harlem was a key part of the broader cultural and social transformation of the Harlem Renaissance. The genre not only represented artistic innovation, but also embodied the resilience and creativity of African Americans in the face of adversity. The sounds of Harlem's jazz clubs continue to echo in the world of music today, leaving an indelible mark on both American and global culture. Blues as a storytelling medium. Blues music, deeply rooted in the African American experience, emerged as one of the most profound and emotive forms of storytelling during the Harlem Renaissance. Originating in the Mississippi Delta and other southern regions, blues became a vehicle for expressing personal pain, social struggles, and the resilience of Black communities. By the time it reached Harlem, blues had evolved into a powerful medium for narrating the hardships, joys, and complex emotional landscapes of African American life. As a storytelling form, blues transcended mere musical entertainment. It became a means of capturing and communicating the Black experience in ways that resonated both within the community and beyond. The essence of blues lies in its ability to weave narrative into music. Through its melancholic melodies and lyrical structure, blues singers crafted vivid, often haunting tales of love, loss, betrayal, and survival. The repetitive call and response format, commonly used in blues, allowed the singer to create a sense of immediacy, while the lyrics often reflected raw, real-life emotions. Artists like Bessie Smith, Ma Rainey, and Blind Lemon Jefferson mastered this style of storytelling, making their songs a window into the lives of African Americans facing adversity. Smith, often called the Empress of the Blues, used her powerful voice to convey complex emotional narratives, making each song a personal account of pain, longing, and defiance. Her songs, such as Downhearted Blues, touched on the themes of heartbreak and personal struggle, speaking directly to the experiences of her listeners. Blues also became a way to address the broader social and political issues of the time. The music's deep roots in the African American experience meant that many blues songs served as subtle critiques of racial inequality, economic hardship, and oppression. For instance, songs like Strange Fruit, famously performed by Billie Holiday, described the horrors of lynching and the violence that Black communities endured in the South. This particular song, though not strictly a traditional blues piece, used the blues format of storytelling to shed light on the brutal realities of racism and injustice in America, making it a powerful piece of social commentary. The storytelling aspect of blues extended beyond its lyrics. The music itself, with its slow, mournful rhythm and intricate guitar work, also told a story. Each note seemed to carry the weight of the past, echoing the hardships and hopes of generations of African Americans. The improvisational nature of blues allowed performers to personalize their songs, adding layers of expression that made each performance unique and deeply reflective of the artist's own experience. Blues, in this sense, was not just a form of entertainment, but a powerful medium of communication. It allowed artists to tell stories that were not often heard in mainstream culture, offering a voice to the voiceless and providing a platform for African Americans to express their personal and collective histories. The storytelling nature of blues continues to be an enduring legacy, influencing a wide range of musical genres and preserving the emotional truths of the Harlem Renaissance for future generations. Legendary musicians: Duke Ellington, Bessie Smith, and Louis Armstrong. The Harlem Renaissance was a transformative period for African American music, with legendary musicians like Duke Ellington, Bessie Smith, and Louis Armstrong becoming central figures in shaping the sound and soul of the era. These artists not only revolutionized jazz and blues, but also left an indelible mark on American music, influencing countless generations and redefining the cultural landscape for Black musicians. Each of them brought their unique artistry, talent, and vision to the stage, creating a rich tapestry of sound that resonated far beyond Harlem. Duke Ellington, often regarded as one of the greatest jazz composers and band leaders of all time, brought sophistication and innovation to the genre. With his orchestral arrangements and expansive understanding of harmony, Ellington elevated jazz from its roots in dance halls to the concert stage. His compositions, such as Mood Indigo and Take the A Train, displayed an intricate blend of swing, blues, and classical elements. Ellington's ability to write for the specific talents of his band members and his mastery of improvisation set him apart as a pioneering figure in the Harlem Renaissance. His performances at the Cotton Club in Harlem helped to make jazz popular among both Black and white audiences, cementing his legacy as a defining force in the genre's evolution. Bessie Smith, known as the Empress of the Blues, was one of the most influential and beloved vocalists of the 1920s and 1930s. Her powerful, emotive voice conveyed the pain, longing, and resilience of the African American experience. Smith's blues songs, such as Downhearted Blues and Nobody Knows You When You're Down and Out, resonated with listeners for their emotional depth and personal storytelling. As one of the highest-paid Black performers of her time, Smith broke racial and gender barriers, proving the commercial potential of Black music and paving the way for future generations of female artists. Her ability to communicate profound sorrow and joy through song made her an iconic figure in both the blues and the broader Harlem Renaissance music scene. Louis Armstrong, one of the most recognizable names in jazz history, became a global icon through his virtuosity on the trumpet and his unique vocal style. Armstrong's innovative approach to improvisation, particularly in his solos, revolutionized jazz by making the individual performer a focal point of the music. His recordings, such as What a Wonderful World and West End Blues, highlighted his unparalleled technical skill and emotional expressiveness, making jazz more accessible to mainstream audiences. Armstrong's charismatic stage presence and his ability to blend joy with complexity in his music captured the essence of the Harlem Renaissance, an era marked by both artistic brilliance and a determined fight for recognition. Together, Ellington, Smith, and Armstrong not only defined the music of the Harlem Renaissance, but also helped to elevate African American culture to a global stage. Their contributions laid the groundwork for the future of jazz and blues, ensuring that their legacies would remain integral to the story of American music. Through their artistry, they helped shape the cultural consciousness of an entire generation and continue to inspire musicians worldwide. The Cotton Club and other Harlem nightclubs. The Cotton Club, perhaps the most famous of Harlem's nightclubs, played a pivotal role in the cultural and musical evolution of the Harlem Renaissance. Located on 142nd Street and Lenox Avenue, it became an iconic venue where jazz, blues, and African American performance culture were showcased to an often racially segregated audience. Though the club itself was a site of racial exclusivity, only allowing Black performers while catering to a predominantly white clientele, it nonetheless became a critical space for the artistic expression and popularization of Black music and culture. The Cotton Club's reputation grew through its association with Duke Ellington, who performed regularly there with his orchestra. Ellington's sophisticated compositions and arrangements brought a level of prestige to the club, attracting celebrities, socialites, and music lovers from all over the world. His performances at the Cotton Club were an important part of the Harlem Renaissance's celebration of Black creativity, and his musical innovations transformed the space into a center of musical excellence. The club's glamorous setting, with its Art Deco decor and nightly performances, set the stage for the rise of jazz as a genre that could appeal to both elite and mainstream audiences. While the Cotton Club was undoubtedly the most well-known, it was not the only Harlem nightclub to contribute to the period's cultural dynamism. The Savoy Ballroom, just a few blocks away from the Cotton Club, became a legendary venue that celebrated swing music and dancing. Known for its large, circular dance floor and its integrated clientele, black and white patrons danced side by side. The Savoy was a space where jazz, rhythm, and community thrived. It was here that dancers showcased the Lindy Hop, a new style of swing dance that became symbolic of the energy and innovation of the Harlem Renaissance. Other nightclubs, such as the Apollo Theater and the Renaissance Ballroom, also played key roles in Harlem's nightlife, offering a range of entertainment, from jazz performances to vaudeville acts. These venues were more than just places to hear music. They were cultural hubs where Black performers, writers, and artists could showcase their talents in front of an appreciative audience. The clubs were also spaces for political and social commentary, where African American performers and intellectuals could engage with issues of race, class, and identity through their art. Harlem nightclubs were essential to the Harlem Renaissance's success, offering a stage for musicians and performers to push the boundaries of their craft, while simultaneously providing a forum for the larger cultural and political changes sweeping through the Black community. Despite the racial inequalities that existed within these venues, they remained vital spaces for the emergence of new forms of art, social exchange, and solidarity, and they continue to stand as lasting symbols of the era's cultural significance. The global influence of Harlem's music scene. The music scene in Harlem during the Renaissance was not only a transformative force within the United States, but also a cultural movement that reached far beyond American borders, shaping the global music landscape. Harlem, with its vibrant nightclubs, jazz clubs, and cultural salons, became a magnet for artistic and intellectual exchange, attracting musicians, writers, and performers from around the world. The international acclaim of Harlem's music scene helped establish jazz and blues as global genres, transcending national boundaries and influencing the cultural fabric of countries across Europe, Latin America, and beyond. Jazz, in particular, played a central role in the global spread of Harlem's music. Pioneers like Duke Ellington, Louis Armstrong, and Fletcher Henderson not only captivated audiences in Harlem, but also toured internationally, spreading the sounds of jazz across Europe and Africa. Armstrong's tours in Europe, for instance, helped to solidify jazz as an international genre, earning widespread recognition and admiration for its improvisational style and emotional depth. The rhythmic complexity and expressiveness of jazz were embraced by European audiences, and soon jazz was being performed in major cities such as Paris, London, and Berlin. In these places, jazz was not only celebrated for its artistic innovation, but also became a symbol of modernity and rebellion against the constraints of classical music. The influence of Harlem's music scene was also felt in Latin America, where jazz and blues began to merge with indigenous rhythms and traditions. In countries like Cuba and Brazil, jazz's syncopated rhythms blended with local musical styles, giving rise to new genres like Afro-Cuban jazz and bossa nova. Artists such as Dizzy Gillespie and Chano Pozo forged groundbreaking collaborations that melded the sounds of Harlem's jazz with Latin rhythms, further broadening the genre's appeal. The cross-pollination of musical traditions created a rich and dynamic cultural exchange that helped solidify Harlem as a beacon of artistic and musical innovation. Beyond its musical influence, Harlem's music scene became a cultural symbol of African American identity and pride. The Harlem Renaissance showcased the talent and creativity of Black artists and musicians, providing a platform for them to assert their place in global culture. The political and social themes embedded in jazz and blues, such as resistance to racism and the celebration of African heritage, resonated with audiences worldwide who identified with similar struggles for freedom and equality. The global influence of Harlem's music scene continues to be felt today. Jazz, blues, and their fusion with other musical traditions have become integral to the world's cultural and musical heritage. Harlem's legacy as a birthplace of musical innovation and cultural exchange remains a powerful reminder of the interconnectedness of artistic movements across the globe. Through the sounds of Harlem, African American culture and music found a lasting and influential voice on the world stage. Chapter 5: Dance and Performance Arts. During the Harlem Renaissance, dance and performance arts played a central role in the cultural explosion that defined the era. As music, literature, and visual arts flourished, the dance scene in Harlem became a vibrant, dynamic expression of African American identity and artistic innovation. Harlem nightclubs and theaters, such as the Cotton Club and the Apollo Theater, provided the stage for a new generation of performers who pushed the boundaries of movement and performance, combining African traditions with modern forms and reflecting the cultural pride of the Black community. Dance, especially, became a vital expression of the energy and joy of the Harlem Renaissance. The rise of jazz music was intrinsically linked to new forms of dance, with social dances like the Charleston, the Lindy Hop, and the Black Bottom becoming iconic symbols of the time. These dances, filled with syncopated rhythms and lively movements, reflected the spontaneity and excitement of the era's music. They were often performed in ballrooms, speakeasies, and jazz clubs, where both Black and white audiences reveled in the fluidity and joy of the movements. The Savoy Ballroom, in particular, became a famous venue for these dances, where Black dancers performed in a space that welcomed integration and where the fast-paced, improvisational moves of the Lindy Hop became a symbol of both cultural pride and artistic liberation. African American women were at the forefront of the Harlem Renaissance's dance scene, becoming powerful figures in both the performance world and the broader cultural movement. Legendary performers like Josephine Baker, who would go on to achieve international fame, and the renowned Katherine Dunham, used dance to express the complexities of Black identity, culture, and freedom. Baker's performances in Paris in the late 1920s, marked by her iconic banana skirt dance, drew global attention to African American culture, blending elements of African dance with European cabaret styles. Meanwhile, Katherine Dunham revolutionized American dance with her ethnographic studies of Caribbean and African dance traditions, which she incorporated into her own performances. Her technique emphasized the connection between movement, culture, and emotion, providing a new framework for dance that celebrated Black heritage. These groundbreaking dancers were not only entertainers, but also activists, using their art to break down racial barriers and challenge stereotypes. Dance as an art form became a medium through which the Harlem Renaissance sought to redefine Black identity, elevate the status of African Americans in the performing arts, and push against the constraints of racism and segregation. Through their work, Harlem's dancers helped shift the cultural narrative of African Americans from one of marginalization to one of empowerment and celebration. Their performances captured the revolutionary spirit of the Harlem Renaissance, infusing it with the energy, resilience, and joy that defined the era. Dance became a powerful form of expression, bridging the gap between tradition and modernity, and cementing its place as a central pillar in the cultural renaissance of Harlem. The Harlem Renaissance and the rise of Black dance. The Harlem Renaissance was a cultural awakening that gave rise to numerous artistic expressions, and one of its most powerful and enduring contributions was the emergence of Black dance. Dance, during this period, became an essential medium through which African Americans could assert their cultural identity, break free from societal restrictions, and redefine how they were seen in the broader American landscape. As jazz, blues, and other forms of music found new popularity, dance evolved to mirror the energy, fluidity, and complexity of the sounds emanating from Harlem's streets, clubs, and theaters. During the Harlem Renaissance, dance shifted away from the more formal European traditions that had dominated prior generations. Instead, it became an exuberant expression of African American identity, deeply rooted in African cultural traditions, but infused with new, modern influences. The popularization of jazz music and its syncopated rhythms naturally gave birth to new dance forms, such as the Charleston, the Black Bottom, and the Lindy Hop. These dances, with their lively rhythmic movements, captured the joy and freedom of the era and quickly became integral parts of Harlem's nightlife. The dances reflected both the innovations of the Harlem Renaissance and the collective yearning for social liberation and equality that defined the period. The Savoy Ballroom, a famous Harlem venue, became the birthplace of some of these groundbreaking dances. The Savoy was notable not only for its music, but also for its integrated dance floor, where black and white dancers could mingle and perform together. It was here that the Lindy Hop, a dynamic partner dance known for its aerial acrobatics and energetic footwork, took center stage. The Lindy Hop quickly became a symbol of the Harlem Renaissance, blending African and European dance traditions in an exciting and uniquely American form. Its rapid, improvisational movements were a direct reflection of the vibrant, free-spirited nature of Harlem during this time. In addition to social dancing, Harlem also saw the rise of Black performers who used dance as a means of artistic and political expression. Figures such as Josephine Baker and Katherine Dunham helped elevate Black dance to international prominence. Baker's performances, particularly in Paris, where she gained international fame, fused African and Western dance styles, while Dunham's anthropological studies of Caribbean and African dance traditions introduced a new vocabulary to American dance. Dunham's work also had a profound influence on modern dance, as she introduced expressive movement that highlighted the cultural and emotional depth of African diasporic experiences. Black dance during the Harlem Renaissance was more than just entertainment. It was a form of resistance, a way of reimagining and celebrating Black identity in a country that often sought to suppress it. Through their innovative and bold movements, dancers asserted the power of African American culture, shaping the future of American dance while creating a lasting legacy that continues to influence artists today. The Harlem Renaissance was a turning point, not only for the arts, but also for how Black culture was perceived and celebrated across the world. Pioneering choreographers and dancers. The Harlem Renaissance witnessed the rise of a new wave of Black dancers and choreographers who reshaped the dance world, bringing African American artistry into the spotlight and elevating it to a level of prominence that had previously been denied. These trailblazers not only revolutionized the way dance was perceived, but also used their craft as a tool of expression, cultural pride, and social commentary. Their work helped to define the movement and influence the future of dance in both America and abroad. Josephine Baker, perhaps the most iconic figure of the Harlem Renaissance's dance scene, broke barriers in both race and gender, becoming an international sensation. Initially rising to fame in Paris in the late 1920s, Baker's performances blended African dance, jazz, and Western theatrical elements in ways that captivated audiences worldwide. Known for her daring costumes, including the famous banana skirt, Baker used her sensual and energetic dance style to challenge racial stereotypes and promote African American culture on the global stage. Although her performances were often exoticized by audiences, Baker took advantage of her fame to become a symbol of African American resilience, independence, and sophistication, establishing herself as a major cultural figure of the era. Katherine Dunham, another pioneering force, is often credited with bringing an anthropological and cultural approach to dance. She explored the African diaspora and its dance traditions, particularly focusing on Caribbean and Haitian dance forms, which she integrated into her choreography. Dunham's work was revolutionary because it sought to elevate Black dance to an art form with intellectual and cultural depth, providing a profound exploration of African heritage. Her own company, the Katherine Dunham Dance Company, performed to great acclaim both in the United States and internationally, and Dunham herself became a prominent teacher, passing on her knowledge of Africanist dance movements to generations of performers. Another influential dancer was Alvin Ailey, whose contributions to the Harlem Renaissance and beyond helped transform American modern dance. Though his fame rose slightly after the Harlem Renaissance era, his work was deeply influenced by the cultural environment of Harlem. Ailey's creation of the Alvin Ailey American Dance Theater in 1958 was a major milestone, with his choreography focusing on themes of African American life, including spirituality, suffering, and triumph. His signature work, Revelations, remains one of the most performed and beloved pieces in the American dance repertoire, blending ballet, modern, jazz, and African dance traditions to tell the stories of Black experiences in the United States. These pioneering dancers and choreographers not only transformed the dance world, but also changed the cultural and social dynamics of their time. They provided a platform for future generations of Black performers and demonstrated the immense power of dance as a form of self-expression, cultural identity, and artistic innovation. Their legacies endure, reminding us that dance can be both an art form and a means of social change. The Cotton Club, Savoy Ballroom, and Lindy Hop. The Harlem Renaissance was a period of cultural rebirth, and the dance scene played a central role in that creative explosion. Among the most iconic venues that shaped the era's dynamic dance culture were the Cotton Club and the Savoy Ballroom. These spaces not only provided a stage for groundbreaking performers and dances, but also became symbols of the Harlem Renaissance's fusion of artistry, entertainment, and cultural pride. Both venues were at the heart of the social and cultural activities that defined Harlem during the 1920s and early 1930s, and they were instrumental in the rise of the Lindy Hop, one of the most iconic dances to emerge from the era. The Cotton Club, perhaps the most famous nightclub in Harlem, became synonymous with the glamour and spectacle of the Harlem Renaissance. Known for its glamorous atmosphere and large-scale performances, the Cotton Club attracted a predominantly white audience while featuring Black entertainers, including musicians, singers, and dancers. The club's stage was where some of the greatest jazz musicians of the era, such as Duke Ellington and Cab Calloway, performed regularly. The choreography in the club was influenced by jazz music, and many dancers performed intricate routines that accompanied the rhythms of the live bands. The Cotton Club's emphasis on spectacle and entertainment helped to elevate jazz and dance to an art form that appealed to elite audiences, shaping how Harlem and African American culture were perceived on a national scale. Just a few blocks away from the Cotton Club stood the Savoy Ballroom, a cultural hub that became renowned for its vibrant social scene and dancing prowess. Unlike the Cotton Club, the Savoy was a racially integrated space, with Black and white patrons dancing together on its enormous, circular dance floor. It was at the Savoy that the Lindy Hop was born, a high-energy, fast-paced swing dance that became a defining symbol of the Harlem Renaissance. The Lindy Hop was unique because it blended African rhythms with European ballroom techniques, incorporating lifts, spins, and improvisation. Dancers could express themselves freely within the music's syncopated rhythms, and the dance floor became a space for social and cultural exchange. The Savoy was instrumental in the spread of the Lindy Hop beyond Harlem, with dancers showcasing their skills in public competitions and performances. The Lindy Hop quickly gained popularity, becoming a symbol of the era's spirit of freedom and artistic innovation. It was a dance that reflected the joy and exuberance of the time, with its rapid, daring movements and intricate footwork capturing the spirit of Harlem's nightlife. The dance embodied the cultural shift taking place in Harlem, where African American culture, art, and music were celebrated and respected. The Lindy Hop's impact went far beyond Harlem's dance floors, influencing dance styles across the United States and globally. It remains a lasting legacy of the Harlem Renaissance, showcasing how the era's social spaces, such as the Cotton Club and the Savoy Ballroom, were central to the creation and preservation of new cultural forms. Theatrical productions and Broadway influence. The Harlem Renaissance was not only a period of groundbreaking music, literature, and visual arts, but also one that profoundly influenced the theater world, particularly Broadway. The 1920s was a time when African American artists and performers began to challenge the limitations placed on them by the mainstream entertainment industry, using theatrical productions to assert their cultural identity, tell their own stories, and redefine Black representation on stage. Harlem's vibrant art scene served as a crucible for a new generation of Black performers, writers, and playwrights who sought to elevate African American theater to new heights. The most notable shift during this time was the rise of the new Negro in the theater, which paralleled the ideals of the Harlem Renaissance. The movement sought to portray Black people not as caricatures or stereotypes, but as complex, multifaceted individuals. A key figure in this shift was the playwright and performer Langston Hughes, whose work such as Mulatto, 1929, dealt with issues of racial identity, social inequality, and family dynamics. His plays and writings on the theater helped define the new wave of Black expression that was emerging during the Harlem Renaissance. Hughes, alongside other playwrights like Zora Neale Hurston, saw the stage as a powerful vehicle for conveying the Black experience, blending humor, pathos, and social commentary to present a more accurate portrayal of African American life. One of the most significant theatrical productions that emerged during the Harlem Renaissance was Shuffle Along, a groundbreaking Broadway musical that premiered in 1921. Written by Noble Sissle and U.B. Blake, with lyrics by Sissle and composer Blake, Shuffle Along was a game changer for Black artists in mainstream American theater. The musical broke racial barriers, featuring an all-Black cast and a story that portrayed African Americans in a positive light, far removed from the minstrel stereotypes that were common in American theater at the time. The production's success on Broadway was a testament to the rising demand for more authentic representations of Black life in the entertainment industry. The success of Shuffle Along and other productions like Porgy and Bess, 1935, an opera by George Gershwin, set the stage for a greater presence of African Americans on Broadway. These theatrical works demonstrated that Black theater could not only thrive, but also be critically and commercially successful. In addition, they laid the groundwork for future Black playwrights, performers, and choreographers, paving the way for the Harlem Renaissance's influence on later movements like the Black Arts Movement and the Civil Rights Struggle. The Harlem Renaissance's theatrical productions had a lasting impact on Broadway, challenging racist conventions, offering fresh perspectives, and opening the door for the next generation of African American artists. These productions, though often produced with limited resources, provided a powerful platform for Black voices and a glimpse into the complex social and political realities of the time. Ultimately, the Harlem Renaissance forever altered the landscape of American theater, providing a foundation for a more inclusive and dynamic theatrical world. Dance as a form of cultural resistance. During the Harlem Renaissance, dance emerged as a vital form of cultural resistance, allowing African Americans to assert their identity and reclaim their narrative in a society that often marginalized them. As jazz and blues music flourished, so too did the dances that accompanied them, blending African traditions with new forms and becoming a powerful mode of expression. Dance, in this context, became not only a source of personal and collective joy, but also a symbol of resistance to the racism and oppression that African Americans faced. Through movement, Black dancers were able to communicate stories of resilience, empowerment, and cultural pride, countering the stereotypes and subjugation that had defined Black life for centuries. The very act of dancing in public spaces was itself an act of defiance. At a time when segregation and discrimination were rampant, Places like the Savoy Ballroom and the Cotton Club became spaces where Black culture could be celebrated, where African American performers and dancers could showcase their talents to both Black and white audiences. The dances performed in these venues, like the Lindy Hop and the Charleston, were not just fun social activities. They were a means of challenging white-dominated entertainment industries and reclaiming the space for Black creativity and influence. The improvisational nature of these dances also reflected a sense of freedom, as dancers could reinterpret and innovate within the rhythms of jazz, pushing the boundaries of conventional forms and offering a distinctive, energetic portrayal of Black life. Dance also became a way to express the strength and beauty of African heritage. In performances by figures like Josephine Baker and Katherine Dunham, dance became a celebration of the African diaspora, rejecting the demeaning portrayals of Black people that had been dominant in American culture. Josephine Baker, for example, incorporated African-inspired movements into her acts, defying the expectations of the time by celebrating her Black identity with confidence and pride. She made her mark in Paris and beyond, challenging European audiences' preconceived notions of race and offering a bold, unapologetic vision of African American womanhood. Katherine Dunham's work also contributed to this cultural resistance by integrating African and Caribbean dance styles into her choreography, elevating them to a level of artistic sophistication that had often been denied to African American culture. Dunham's approach blended ethnographic study with artistic innovation, using dance as a tool for cultural preservation and political activism. Through her work, she helped highlight the deep connections between dance, identity, and resistance, showing that Black dance was not only an art form, but also a means of resisting the historical erasure of African cultures. Ultimately, dance during the Harlem Renaissance represented much more than entertainment. It was a form of cultural reclamation, a refusal to accept the status quo, and a celebration of Black identity in the face of systemic oppression. The dances created and performed in Harlem's nightclubs, theaters, and streets helped to reshape public perceptions of African Americans, offering a dynamic and affirmative portrayal of Black life that resisted the negative stereotypes imposed by white society. In this way, dance became a powerful and transformative tool in the broader struggle for racial equality and cultural recognition. Chapter 6: Theater and the Black Stage. Theater during the Harlem Renaissance was an essential part of the movement's cultural revolution, providing a powerful platform for Black artists to showcase their talents, challenge societal norms, and address the complexities of African American life. The era saw the rise of a new generation of Black playwrights, actors, and directors who sought to reshape the narrative surrounding African Americans on stage. For the first time, Black theater explored the full spectrum of the Black experience, portraying characters and stories that were multifaceted, empowering, and grounded in African American identity. Before the Harlem Renaissance, African American theater had largely been confined to minstrel shows and vaudeville, which often perpetuated harmful stereotypes of Black people. However, the Harlem Renaissance represented a break from these limited and degrading portrayals. Black playwrights began to create works that delved deeper into the lives, struggles, and aspirations of Black Americans. These plays sought to offer a more nuanced and authentic representation of Black culture, providing stories that resonated with Black audiences while also educating and challenging white audiences. One of the most important figures in this movement was Langston Hughes, whose work in both poetry and theater helped redefine Black theater. His plays, such as Mulatto, 1929, tackled themes of race, identity, and the complex dynamics between African Americans and white society. Hughes' writing presented Black characters as real, complex individuals rather than one-dimensional stereotypes, contributing to the development of an authentic Black voice in theater. Another key figure was Zora Neale Hurston, whose work in theater and literature was central to the Harlem Renaissance. Hurston's plays, such as Color Struck, 1926, explored issues of racial identity and the internalized racism within the African American community. Hurston's unique perspective and deep understanding of African American folklore and culture helped to illuminate the rich diversity of Black experiences. The success of shows like Shuffle Along, 1921, marked a turning point for Black theater on Broadway. The first Broadway musical with an all-Black cast, Shuffle Along helped to break down racial barriers in theater by showcasing the talents of Black performers and musicians. It not only presented a positive image of African American life, but also demonstrated that Black theater could thrive on the mainstream stage. During this time, Black actors and actresses also gained more recognition for their skill and artistry. Performers like Paul Robeson, who was both a celebrated actor and activist, used their platform to advocate for racial equality and challenge stereotypes. Robeson's role in the play Othello on Broadway was groundbreaking, as it marked the first time a Black actor had played the lead in this classic Shakespearean role. Theater in the Harlem Renaissance had a profound impact on the representation of African Americans in the arts, and it laid the foundation for the civil rights movement's later demand for equality in the arts and beyond. The works produced during this period not only transformed American theater, but also helped to elevate African American culture to new heights, demonstrating that Black voices were not only worthy of being heard, but essential to the American narrative. The growth of Black theater in Harlem. The growth of Black theater in Harlem during the 1920s and 1930s was a defining aspect of the Harlem Renaissance, marking a period of immense creativity and transformation in African American cultural life. Harlem, with its vibrant and diverse artistic community, became the epicenter of this theatrical revolution. It was a time when Black playwrights, directors, and performers began to assert their creative independence, challenging the established norms of the American stage and redefining how African Americans were portrayed in the arts. Theaters such as the Apollo Theater, the Lafayette Theater, and the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture became key venues for showcasing Black talent, fostering a new wave of Black theater that would leave a lasting impact on the American theater landscape. One of the most significant contributions of Harlem's Black theater scene was the creation of works that moved away from the minstrel shows and vaudeville acts that had historically been the primary form of Black entertainment. Instead, playwrights such as Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, and Claude McKay began to write plays that reflected the true breadth of African American experience, including the struggles of racism, the complexities of Black identity, and the power of community and resilience. These new works sought to depict African Americans not as stereotypes, but as fully realized individuals with rich emotional lives and complex social realities. Langston Hughes, in particular, was a leading force in the development of Black theater, using his plays to explore themes of racial identity, generational conflict, and the tensions between Black people and white society. Hughes' play Mulatto, 1929, was one of the first to gain widespread attention, tackling the issue of racial mixing and the challenges of biracial identity. His work was critical in bringing the issues faced by African Americans to the forefront of American theater, allowing Black playwrights to finally tell their own stories from their own perspectives. The emergence of the Harlem Renaissance also led to an increase in the number of Black performers on Broadway, which was previously an exclusive space for white actors and musicians. Productions such as Shuffle Along, 1921, broke racial barriers, showcasing the talents of Black artists in a mainstream venue. These productions not only provided a platform for African American performers, but also proved that Black culture and theater could achieve commercial success. The success of such shows was a testament to the growing appreciation of Black artistry and its significant place within the broader American cultural landscape. The growth of Black theater in Harlem was not just about entertainment. it was also a form of resistance and empowerment. Theaters in Harlem served as spaces where African Americans could assert their cultural identity, express their stories, and resist the stereotypes that had long been imposed on them by mainstream society. The plays performed during this period were more than artistic works. They were powerful statements of pride, resilience, and the ability to create a space for Black voices in a world that had too often ignored or belittled them. As a result, Harlem became an enduring symbol of Black cultural achievement and a beacon of artistic possibility. Notable playwrights and productions. The Harlem Renaissance saw the emergence of a number of pioneering Black playwrights, whose works not only transformed American theater, but also provided a fresh and vital perspective on the African American experience. These playwrights created narratives that broke free from the racist stereotypes that had long defined Black characters in theater, offering instead complex portrayals of Black life and identity. Their works became instrumental in elevating the status of Black theater and helped reshape the conversation around race, culture, and artistry in the United States. Langston Hughes was perhaps the most prominent and influential playwright of the era. Known for his poetry and essays as much as his plays, Hughes used the stage as a platform to explore themes of racial identity, class struggle, and generational conflict. His play Mulatto, 1929, was one of the first to receive widespread recognition, dealing with the painful realities of race and identity in a racially divided society. The play's success signaled a shift in Black theater, as it highlighted the ability of Black playwrights to produce works that resonated with both Black and white audiences. Hughes' other works, including The Slave, 1929, and Trouble in Mind, 1935, continued to explore the themes of racial conflict and personal aspiration that were central to his writing. Zora Neale Hurston, a key figure in the Harlem Renaissance, also made significant contributions to Black theater. Known primarily for her novel Their Eyes Were Watching God, Hurston's plays were deeply rooted in African American folklore and culture. Her play Color Struck, 1926, addressed issues of colorism within the Black community, exploring how the internalized prejudices related to skin color could impact relationships and self-esteem. Hurston's works combined rich dialects, humor, and cultural insights, offering a voice for African American women and giving the theater a perspective that had often been ignored or overlooked. Her work was revolutionary, particularly in its depiction of the complexities of African American womanhood. Claude McKay, another central figure of the Harlem Renaissance, also turned to the stage to explore themes of racial identity and injustice. His play, The Haitian, 1928, examined the plight of Black people within a colonial context, grappling with themes of oppression, revolt, and the quest for freedom. McKay's work offered a perspective that was often outside of the American context, drawing on his own experiences as a Jamaican immigrant and his understanding of global struggles for racial equality. In addition to the works of Hughes, Hurston, and McKay, productions such as Shuffle Along, 1921, and Porgy and Bess, 1935, became milestones in the history of Black theater. Shuffle Along, with its all-Black cast and jazz-infused score, was a major breakthrough for Black performers on Broadway, providing a platform for future generations of African American artists. Porgy and Bess, an opera by George Gershwin, became another important work that blended Black cultural traditions with mainstream theater, showcasing Black life in a more nuanced and respectful light. These playwrights and productions were foundational in the growth of Black theater, creating a legacy that would influence generations of Black artists and theater makers, and opening the door for future Black narratives on the stage. They were instrumental in not only challenging racist conventions, but also demonstrating the artistic brilliance and storytelling potential of African American culture. The role of the Lafayette Theater and the Harlem Experimental Theater. During the Harlem Renaissance, the Lafayette Theater and the Harlem Experimental Theater played pivotal roles in the development of Black theater, providing spaces where African American playwrights, actors, and directors could experiment with new ideas, challenge racial stereotypes, and showcase the complexities of Black life. These theaters became cultural landmarks, not only within Harlem, but also in the broader context of American theater, as they offered platforms for Black artists to break away from the constraints of mainstream, racially segregated theaters and develop their own unique artistic expressions. The Lafayette Theater, often referred to as the Theater of Harlem, was one of the most influential venues during the Harlem Renaissance. Opened in 1924, it quickly became a cornerstone of Harlem's cultural scene. The Lafayette was known for its commitment to producing plays that portrayed African Americans in a more realistic and empowering light, moving away from the caricatures and stereotypes that were commonly seen in the minstrel shows and vaudeville acts of the time. Under the leadership of figures like actor and director Charles Gilpin, the Lafayette staged a variety of plays that addressed issues of racial identity, social injustice, and the human condition. It was at this theater that many early works by prominent African American playwrights, such as Langston Hughes and Zora Neale Hurston, were staged, offering an outlet for the new wave of Black theatrical talent. The Lafayette Theater was also a key venue for the growing movement toward more authentic Black representations on stage. Its productions included a mix of new works and adaptations of classic plays, all of which emphasized the importance of presenting African American stories in a truthful and dignified manner. In addition to its theatrical productions, the Lafayette also hosted musical performances, poetry readings, and other events that helped solidify Harlem's reputation as the heart of African American cultural life during the Renaissance. The Harlem Experimental Theater, founded by the theater director and playwright Barry O'Neill, was another important institution that nurtured the growth of Black theater during the Renaissance. The goal of the Harlem Experimental Theater was to push the boundaries of African American theater by creating works that were bold, innovative, and relevant to the contemporary struggles of Black people. The theater served as a space for the experimentation of new techniques, both in performance and storytelling, and often staged avant-garde productions that explored themes of racial and social inequality. Both the Lafayette Theater and the Harlem Experimental Theater played critical roles in providing an artistic outlet for African American artists during the Harlem Renaissance. These theaters were instrumental in shifting the narrative around Black life, offering a space for cultural and political expression through theater. They helped elevate Black theater to a higher artistic standard, pushing for more nuanced and multifaceted portrayals of Black people, and set the stage for future generations of African American theater makers who would continue the fight for greater representation and equality in the arts. Paul Robeson and the expansion of Black performance art. Paul Robeson was one of the most influential figures in expanding the boundaries of Black performance art during the Harlem Renaissance and beyond. A towering figure in both the realms of theater and music, Robeson's career spanned multiple disciplines and left an indelible mark on the cultural landscape of the 20th century. His contributions to Black theater and performance were not only groundbreaking in terms of artistic expression, but also politically charged, as Robeson used his platform to advocate for racial equality and global social justice. Robeson's breakthrough in theater came with his iconic role in the Broadway production of Othello in 1943. As the first African American to portray the tragic hero on the Broadway stage, Robeson's performance was a revolutionary moment for Black actors, breaking racial barriers and proving that Black performers could excel in major dramatic roles that were traditionally reserved for white actors. His portrayal of Othello challenged preconceived notions of Black actors' abilities and helped to shatter the racial segregation that had long dominated the theater world. Robeson's role in Othello was a milestone, but it was just one example of his broader commitment to challenging and expanding the scope of Black performance art. Beyond Othello, Robeson's career encompassed a diverse array of performance arts, including opera, film, and concert performance. A trained singer, Robeson's powerful baritone voice was celebrated on the international stage, and his concerts, often featuring African American spirituals and folk songs, resonated deeply with audiences around the world. His musical performances brought attention to the beauty of Black cultural traditions and helped elevate African American music to the global stage, introducing many non-Black audiences to the richness of Black artistry. Robeson's activism also played a central role in his artistic career. He was an outspoken critic of racism, segregation, and colonialism, and his political beliefs often informed his performances. He was not only an artist, but also a powerful voice for Black empowerment. Through his art, Robeson sought to humanize and dignify Black people, addressing issues of racial inequality directly and passionately. His activism, including his outspoken support for the Soviet Union and his opposition to U.S. imperialism, brought him into conflict with the American government during the McCarthy era, leading to the revocation of his passport and a forced hiatus from international performances. Despite these setbacks, Robeson remained a vital figure in the cultural and political spheres, continuing to inspire generations of Black performers and activists. Paul Robeson's legacy in Black performance art is multifaceted. He expanded the possibilities for African American actors, singers, and performers, challenging racial boundaries and pushing for greater representation and respect. His body of work helped to elevate Black cultural contributions to the mainstream, while his unwavering commitment to social justice continues to resonate today, proving that art and activism can go hand in hand to create lasting change. Theater as a political and social platform. During the Harlem Renaissance, theater became a powerful political and social platform that allowed African American artists to address the complex issues of race, identity, and inequality. As Black playwrights, actors, and directors took to the stage, they used theater as a medium to critique the status quo, resist racial oppression, and highlight the lived experiences of African Americans in a racially segregated society. This shift in theater was part of a broader cultural movement that sought to assert the dignity and worth of Black people and reject the dehumanizing stereotypes often found in popular entertainment. One of the key aspects of Harlem Renaissance theater was its focus on creating works that were not just entertaining, but also politically charged and socially relevant. Plays were written to challenge the oppressive structures of racism and inequality that permeated American society, offering audiences a space to engage with critical questions about race, power, and justice. For example, Langston Hughes' plays, such as Mulatto, 1929, explored the tensions between Black and white Americans and interrogated the complexities of biracial identity. By portraying Black characters as fully realized individuals with aspirations, struggles, and emotions, Hughes pushed back against the racist portrayals of Black people in earlier forms of entertainment, using the stage to demand a more authentic and dignified representation. Similarly, the work of Zora Neale Hurston also demonstrated the intersection of politics and theater. Her play Color Struck, 1926, tackled issues of colorism, exposing how internalized racial prejudices could create division within the African American community. Hurston's use of humor and African American vernacular not only challenged societal norms, but also celebrated Black culture, using the stage to empower Black individuals and communities to embrace their identities without shame. In addition to individual playwrights, the theater itself served as a political space where Black artists could mobilize against racial injustices. The theater of the Harlem Renaissance was often a site of community organizing, where actors, writers, and audience members could engage in discussions about race relations, economic inequality, and the fight for civil rights. Through theater, the Harlem Renaissance also provided a stage for broader debates about Black liberation and the role of art in social transformation. Productions like Shuffle Along, 1921, which showcased the talents of Black performers in a mainstream Broadway venue, not only broke racial barriers in entertainment, but also highlighted the importance of Black cultural contributions to American society. This ability to create and perform in the face of racial oppression served as both an act of resistance and an assertion of Black pride. Theater in the Harlem Renaissance thus became an essential tool for social and political change. It allowed African American artists to confront the pressing issues of their time, assert their humanity, and shape the narrative of Black life in America. Through this artistic expression, Black theater became a vehicle for both cultural pride and social progress, laying the foundation for future movements in the fight for racial equality and justice. Chapter 7: The Role of Patrons and Organizations. The Harlem Renaissance would not have flourished without the crucial support of patrons and organizations that provided financial backing, institutional recognition, and public platforms for Black artists. These figures and groups played a pivotal role in fostering the cultural explosion that defined this era, helping African American artists reach wider audiences and ensuring that the intellectual and artistic contributions of the Black community received the attention they deserved. By connecting the artists with influential figures and institutions, patrons and organizations not only provided the financial resources necessary for the creation and performance of art, but also helped amplify the message of Black pride and cultural empowerment. One of the most significant figures in supporting Black artists during the Harlem Renaissance was Carl Van Vechten, a white novelist and photographer who became an avid supporter of African American culture. Van Vechten used his position in the literary and artistic worlds to introduce Black artists to mainstream audiences, often promoting them in the pages of leading magazines and through personal connections. His relationships with writers such as Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, and Nella Larson were instrumental in securing their visibility and success. Although his motives and actions have been critiqued by some historians, his role in connecting Black artists with the broader cultural landscape cannot be understated. The importance of Black patrons, however, should not be overlooked. Figures such as Alelia Walker, daughter of Madam C.J. Walker, a pioneering African American businesswoman, were crucial to the support of Harlem's artists. Alelia Walker hosted salons where artists, writers, musicians, and intellectuals gathered to discuss their work and exchange ideas. These salons were central to the intellectual life of the Harlem Renaissance, fostering an environment where creativity could thrive and where artists could find the support and validation they needed to continue their work. Organizations also played an instrumental role in the Harlem Renaissance by providing institutional support for Black artists. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAP, led by figures like W.E.B. Du Bois, was a key supporter of the Harlem Renaissance, promoting the work of Black intellectuals, writers, and artists. Du Bois's vision of a new Negro aligned with the goals of the Renaissance, and the NAACP used its platform to elevate the profiles of African American artists and push for the recognition of Black cultural contributions. The Harlem YMCA also provided a crucial space for the exchange of ideas and the development of the cultural community. The Harlem YMCA was an important meeting place for artists and activists, where many of the intellectual and artistic discussions of the period took place. Its location in the heart of Harlem made it a central hub for the dissemination of Black culture and ideas, drawing in people from all walks of life and from various artistic disciplines. In conclusion, patrons and organizations were essential to the success of the Harlem Renaissance. They not only provided the material and institutional support that allowed artists to create and perform, but they also created spaces for the exchange of ideas and cultural growth. Their contributions were foundational in making the Harlem Renaissance one of the most significant cultural movements in American history. Without their support, the artistic and intellectual flourishing of the era would not have been possible. White patronage in the Harlem Renaissance. White patronage played a complex and often controversial role in the success and visibility of the Harlem Renaissance. Many African American artists and intellectuals relied on the financial support and cultural connections provided by white patrons, institutions, and organizations to further their careers and ensure that their work reached wider audiences. While this patronage facilitated the growth of the Harlem Renaissance, it also introduced challenges, particularly around issues of artistic autonomy, racial dynamics, and the potential exploitation of Black culture. One of the most notable figures in white patronage during this period was Carl Van Vechten, a white novelist, photographer, and critic who became an ardent supporter of Black artists. Van Vechten was instrumental in introducing African American writers, such as Langston Hughes, Nella Larson, and Zora Neale Hurston, to the larger literary world. He arranged social events and helped many of them gain recognition in mainstream publications. Van Vechten's role as a bridge between Black artists and the broader cultural scene brought much-needed visibility to the Harlem Renaissance, but his presence also raised concerns about the commodification of Black culture. Some critics argued that his enthusiasm for Black art, while beneficial, was driven by his fascination with exoticism, reducing Black creativity to a curiosity for white audiences. In addition to individual patrons like Van Vechten, white-run institutions also played a major role in supporting the Harlem Renaissance. The famed 135th Street branch of the New York Public Library, under the leadership of Dr. John Henrik Clark, became a hub for African American writers and intellectuals, offering access to resources that were otherwise unavailable to many Black artists. The library's role in nurturing Black talent was facilitated by its financial support from white philanthropists who recognized the value of Harlem's cultural movement. Similarly, the NAACP, led by W.E.B. Du Bois, benefited from funding and influence from white donors, using its platform to promote African American writers, artists, and musicians. However, white patronage was not without its complexities. While many white patrons were genuinely supportive, their involvement often came with expectations. Some demanded that Black artists conform to certain standards or that their work catered to white tastes. This created tensions for some artists who were determined to create work that reflected their own experiences without succumbing to white expectations or romanticized portrayals of Black life. Moreover, there was an inherent power imbalance in these relationships, as white patrons had the financial resources and social capital that could determine the success or failure of a Black artist's career. Despite these challenges, white patronage undeniably played a significant role in the success of the Harlem Renaissance. It provided many artists with the resources and connections they needed to gain wider recognition, but it also brought to light the fraught dynamics of race, culture, and power. While this patronage was essential in the development of Black culture during the period, it underscored the ongoing struggles of African American artists to maintain control over their work and their own narratives in a society where racial inequality still prevailed. The role of the NAACP and the Urban League. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, and the Urban League were two of the most significant organizations in shaping the Harlem Renaissance, not only by advocating for civil rights, but also by supporting Black culture and the arts. Both organizations played a critical role in fostering an environment where African American artists, intellectuals, and activists could flourish, helping to elevate Black culture to national and international recognition during this transformative period. While their primary missions were rooted in fighting racial inequality and promoting social change, they also saw the arts and culture as powerful tools for advancing the struggle for racial justice and equality. The NAACP, founded in 1909, was one of the most influential organizations during the Harlem Renaissance. Led by W.E.B. Du Bois, the NAACP took an active interest in promoting Black artists and intellectuals, recognizing the importance of cultural expression in the fight for civil rights. Du Bois himself was deeply involved in the Harlem Renaissance, serving as an intellectual leader and public advocate for Black artists. He used the NAACP's platform to promote the new Negro ideal, emphasizing a more sophisticated and dignified representation of Black life. Through publications like The Crisis, the NAACP was able to showcase the work of emerging African American writers, poets, and artists, allowing their voices to reach a wider audience. The organization's efforts helped elevate the careers of key figures like Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, and Claude McKay, providing them with an avenue for exposure and recognition in both the Black community and the broader public. Similarly, the Urban League, founded in 1910, worked to improve the social and economic conditions of African Americans, particularly in urban areas like Harlem. While its focus was on education, employment, and social welfare, the Urban League also recognized the importance of culture in the lives of African Americans. Through initiatives that supported Black businesses, artists, and intellectuals, the Urban League helped provide a foundation for the Harlem Renaissance. By advocating for better living conditions and access to education, the organization contributed to the development of more vibrant and educated Black middle class in Harlem, which in turn supported and consumed the arts. The League's involvement in arts funding, particularly for theater, music, and visual arts, helped sustain the cultural movement by creating opportunities for artists to thrive financially and professionally. Both organizations also worked tirelessly to combat racism, inequality, and segregation. They lobbied for anti-lynching laws, fought for voting rights, and challenged discriminatory practices in the workplace and in public life. Their advocacy for Black rights extended beyond the political sphere and into the cultural realm, where they worked to ensure that African Americans were given the respect and recognition they deserved as creators, thinkers, and contributors to the arts. In conclusion, the NAACP and the Urban League were essential to the success of the Harlem Renaissance. They provided invaluable support to artists, intellectuals, and activists, helping to secure the cultural and political climate that allowed the movement to flourish. Through their efforts, both organizations helped to ensure that the Harlem Renaissance would be remembered not only as a cultural phenomenon, but also as a vital part of the larger struggle for racial equality and civil rights in America. Alain Locke and the New Negro Movement. Alain Locke, often referred to as the father of the Harlem Renaissance, was a central figure in shaping the intellectual and cultural landscape of the era. As a philosopher, educator, and cultural critic, Locke's work and ideas provided the theoretical foundation for the Harlem Renaissance, particularly through his promotion of the New Negro philosophy, which emphasized a new sense of pride, self-determination, and cultural identity among African Americans. Locke's vision helped to redefine what it meant to be Black in America and encouraged Black artists, writers, and thinkers to embrace their heritage while simultaneously rejecting the stereotypes and racist depictions of Black life that had pervaded American culture for centuries. Locke's most significant contribution to the Harlem Renaissance was his 1925 anthology, The New Negro, which became a landmark publication that brought together a diverse array of essays, poetry, fiction, and art by African American artists and intellectuals. In the introduction to this influential work, Locke articulated his vision for the New Negro, a person who rejected the passive, submissive roles traditionally assigned to African Americans and embraced an active, assertive, and modern identity. He championed cultural pride, intellectual engagement, and artistic excellence, urging African Americans to celebrate their Blackness while also engaging with the broader cultural currents of the time. For Locke, the New Negro was someone who took pride in their history, their culture, and their potential, and who sought to redefine the Black experience on their own terms. In addition to his written work, Locke played a crucial role in mentoring and advising many of the artists and writers who came to define the Harlem Renaissance. He was a key figure in guiding the direction of the movement, advocating for a vision of Black art and literature that was rooted in the celebration of African heritage while embracing modernist experimentation and innovation. Locke's ideas were revolutionary in that they encouraged Black artists to move beyond the limiting and demeaning portrayals of African Americans in mainstream white culture, urging them instead to create works that were reflective of their own experiences, histories, and aspirations. Locke's influence extended beyond literature and the arts, as his philosophy of the New Negro also intersected with the political and social movements of the time. He was deeply involved in the advocacy for civil rights and racial equality, promoting the idea that cultural expression and political activism were inseparable. Through his mentorship and leadership, Locke helped to cultivate a generation of artists, writers, and intellectuals who not only reshaped American culture, but also laid the groundwork for future movements in the ongoing struggle for racial justice. In conclusion, Alain Locke's vision of the new Negro was pivotal to the Harlem Renaissance, providing both an intellectual and cultural framework for the movement. His work inspired a generation of Black artists and thinkers to embrace their identity with pride, to challenge racial stereotypes, and to contribute to a cultural revolution that would leave an enduring legacy on American society. Through Locke's leadership, the Harlem Renaissance was transformed from a cultural moment into a broader movement for empowerment and self-definition. Black publishing houses and their impact. During the Harlem Renaissance, Black publishing houses played an essential role in shaping the literary landscape of the era, offering a platform for African American writers and intellectuals to share their voices, experiences, and stories. At a time when mainstream publishing houses were either uninterested in or hostile toward works by Black authors, these independent Black-run publishing companies became central to the development and dissemination of Harlem Renaissance literature. They not only provided economic support, but also gave Black writers the opportunity to define their own narratives, free from the constraints of racial prejudice and white editorial control. One of the most prominent Black publishing houses during this period was the Associated Publishers, founded by renowned Black intellectual and civil rights leader Carter G. Woodson in 1921. Known for publishing books focused on African American history and culture, the Associated Publishers helped to preserve and elevate Black intellectual thought. Woodson's own groundbreaking works, like The Miseducation of the Negro, were published through his press, and the company became an important resource for academic and cultural writings that highlighted the achievements and struggles of African Americans. Another significant Black publishing house was the Crisis Publishing Company, the publishing arm of the NAACP, which published The Crisis, the influential journal edited by W.E.B. Du Bois. The magazine was a critical venue for the works of Harlem Renaissance writers, poets, and artists, offering them a national platform to showcase their talent and ideas. By publishing both emerging and established Black writers, the Crisis helped to shape the intellectual discourse of the Harlem Renaissance and further solidified the importance of literary expression in the fight for racial equality. Through Du Bois's leadership, the Crisis became a powerful tool for elevating Black voices and highlighting the cultural contributions of African Americans to the broader public. Another key publisher during the Harlem Renaissance was Victor H. Green, who was not a traditional publishing house owner, but played an instrumental role in creating spaces for Black authors to publish and distribute their work. His Green Book, which listed safe spaces, businesses, and accommodations for Black travelers during the era of segregation, also acted as an informal source of empowerment for Black writers and artists. It symbolized how Black-owned enterprises were intertwined with the growth of Black culture, providing spaces for creativity and community in an otherwise segregated society. These Black-run publishing houses not only provided financial support, but also had a profound impact on the Harlem Renaissance's cultural and intellectual influence. They allowed Black authors to maintain control over the narratives being written about them, creating a platform where African American literature could thrive without the constraints of white-dominated publishing industries. By giving Black authors the freedom to write openly about their experiences, their joys, and their struggles, these presses ensured that Harlem Renaissance literature would not be a fleeting moment, but rather a foundational component of American literary history. These presses ultimately played a pivotal role in the preservation and elevation of African American culture, helping to lay the groundwork for the civil rights movements that would follow in the decades after the Harlem Renaissance. The influence of philanthropists and scholars. Philanthropists and scholars played a crucial role in shaping the Harlem Renaissance by providing the financial support, intellectual resources, and institutional connections necessary for its success. The cultural movement, which saw a flourishing of Black art, literature, music, and intellectual thought, was not only fueled by the creativity of African American artists, but also by the contributions of individuals who believed in the importance of Black cultural expression and its place in the broader American and global narrative. These philanthropists and scholars helped to create a cultural ecosystem that allowed the Harlem Renaissance to thrive and achieve lasting impact. One of the most significant philanthropic figures during the Harlem Renaissance was Albert E. Wiggin, a wealthy banker who was a patron of the arts and a major supporter of Black cultural initiatives. His financial backing helped to fund projects that allowed African American artists and writers to gain wider recognition. Wiggin, along with other wealthy patrons, provided the economic resources necessary to fund cultural institutions, exhibitions, and performances that promoted Black artists to larger audiences. This support was particularly crucial in a time when Black artists struggled to find funding or institutional backing due to racial discrimination in mainstream financial sectors and cultural institutions. Alongside philanthropists, scholars also played an integral role in fostering the Harlem Renaissance. W.E.B. Du Bois, one of the foremost intellectuals of the early 20th century, was instrumental in promoting African American culture through his writing, advocacy, and leadership of the NAACP. Du Bois's scholarship and vision helped to elevate the concept of the new Negro, which rejected outdated stereotypes and embraced a more complex and sophisticated portrayal of Black identity. His influence extended beyond academia into the arts, as he became a mentor to numerous writers, artists, and thinkers of the Renaissance. Du Bois' role in creating The Crisis, the NAACP's influential magazine, provided an essential platform for Black writers and poets, offering them a space to publish their work and engage with a wider audience. Through his scholarship, Du Bois elevated African American intellectualism and championed the importance of cultural production as a means of social and political change. Carter G. Woodson, another influential scholar, provided crucial support through his establishment of the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, ASALLH, in 1915. Woodson's work in preserving Black history and culture provided intellectual validation for the Harlem Renaissance and laid the groundwork for later movements that sought to further elevate the contributions of African Americans. Woodson's belief in the importance of education and historical understanding was reflected in his publishing efforts, including the creation of the Journal of Negro History, which showcased scholarly work on Black history and culture, reinforcing the intellectual underpinnings of the Harlem Renaissance. In conclusion, the impact of philanthropists and scholars on the Harlem Renaissance was profound and multifaceted. They provided the financial support, intellectual framework, and institutional influence that allowed the cultural movement to thrive. By investing in Black artists and thinkers, they not only ensured that African American culture would gain recognition, but also contributed to the broader struggle for racial equality and the recognition of Black identity in American society. Through their efforts, these philanthropists and scholars helped secure the Harlem Renaissance's lasting legacy as a transformative period in both Black culture and American history. Chapter 8: Photography and the Representation of Black Identity. Photography played a significant role in the Harlem Renaissance by offering a visual representation of Black identity during a time when racial stereotypes and misconceptions dominated mainstream depictions of African Americans. Photographers of the era used their art to challenge negative portrayals and offer alternative, more empowering images of Black life, culture, and intellect. These images were not merely aesthetic, but carried social and political weight, as they contributed to reshaping the public's perception of African Americans and their place in American society. One of the key ways in which photographers contributed to the Harlem Renaissance was by focusing on the vibrancy and dignity of the Black community. Rather than relying on the common stereotypes of the time, which often depicted Black people as inferior or subservient, photographers sought to capture Black individuals in ways that highlighted their strength, elegance, and humanity. This approach was a powerful form of resistance to the racial degradation seen in popular culture. Photographers like James Van Der Zee became prominent figures in the Harlem Renaissance, capturing the lives of ordinary Black people as well as the cultural elite in Harlem. His portraits showcased Harlem's burgeoning middle class, their fashion, beauty, and pride, offering a dignified counter-narrative to the prevailing images of Black people in the media. Van Der Zee's photographs were deeply personal, often showing intimate moments of family life or celebratory events, further emphasizing the richness of Black experience and identity. Other photographers, such as Carl Van Vechten, took a different approach, focusing on documenting the cultural icons of the Harlem Renaissance. As a writer and photographer, Van Vechten's portraits of leading figures, such as Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, and Josephine Baker, became iconic. His photographs not only captured the personalities of these figures, but also contributed to shaping the cultural identity of the movement. Through his lens, Black artists and intellectuals were framed as dignified, creative, and intellectually powerful, directly challenging the traditional depictions of Black individuals as lesser than their white counterparts. Photography also served as a tool for social change. By capturing moments of protest, cultural celebration, and everyday life, photographers underscored the need for racial equality and social justice. The visual representation of Black identity was not only about creating art, but about asserting the rights of African Americans to define their image on their own terms. Photographers documented the lives of Black communities, showing them as more than victims of oppression, but as active participants in the cultural, social, and political fabric of the time. In conclusion, photography during the Harlem Renaissance helped shape and solidify a new representation of Black identity. Through the lens of photographers like James Van Der Zee and Carl Van Vechten, African Americans were portrayed as powerful, dignified, and complex individuals. The imagery produced during this era contributed to a broader cultural movement that redefined the understanding of Black identity and the role of Black people in American society. Photography, as an artistic and social tool, was integral in challenging racial stereotypes and affirming the humanity and creativity of the African American community. The role of photography in shaping the movement. Photography played a crucial role in shaping the Harlem Renaissance, offering a visual narrative that complemented the literary, musical, and artistic expressions of the time. While the Harlem Renaissance is often remembered for its explosion of literature and music, photography became an essential tool for preserving and disseminating the cultural movement, providing a direct visual representation of Black life that both challenged and celebrated African American identity. Photographers used their craft to create images that reflected the dignity, creativity, and resilience of Black people during an era marked by racial segregation and inequality. One of the primary ways in which photography influenced the Harlem Renaissance was by allowing Black individuals to shape their own public image, counteracting the pervasive racist imagery that dominated mainstream media. During the early 20th century, African Americans were often depicted in the media through the lens of negative stereotypes, such as the happy servant or the savages. Photographers of the Harlem Renaissance, such as James Van Der Zee, used their cameras to combat these stereotypes by capturing Black people in moments of pride, elegance, and intellectual sophistication. Van Der Zee's portraits of Harlem residents, from everyday people to Harlem elite, portrayed individuals as dignified and confident, offering a counter-narrative to the demeaning portrayals of Blackness in white-dominated media. His work showcased the vibrancy of Harlem's culture, presenting African Americans in a new light that defied prevailing prejudices. In addition to individual portraits, photography also documented the broader cultural and social movements of the Harlem Renaissance. Photographers captured scenes from Harlem nightclubs, theaters, and gatherings, highlighting the social life and artistic achievements that were taking place within the community. For example, images from Carl Van Vechten, a writer and photographer, featured prominent figures such as Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, and Josephine Baker, contributing to the visibility of Black intellectuals and artists on a national scale. Van Vechten's portraits not only helped to immortalize these cultural icons, but also solidified their place within the larger narrative of American culture. His work emphasized the creativity, strength, and resilience of the individuals who were part of the Harlem Renaissance, further enhancing the movement's prominence. Moreover, photography became a tool of activism. The photographs taken during this time were not just artistic expressions, but political statements. They helped to elevate Black voices, challenge racial prejudice, and demand social change. By presenting Black people as complex, multidimensional individuals, photographers such as Van Der Zee and Van Vechten played a pivotal role in creating a visual representation of Black identity that reflected the pride, beauty, and creativity of the Harlem Renaissance. These images became part of the larger cultural revolution that reshaped how African Americans were seen, both within their communities and by the broader society. In conclusion, photography played an instrumental role in shaping the Harlem Renaissance, offering a visual counterpoint to the negative stereotypes that were pervasive in American culture. Photographers not only documented the events and people of the movement, but also contributed to the creation of a new, more empowered representation of Black identity. Their work helped to elevate African Americans, showcase their artistic contributions, and provide a lasting visual record of one of the most important cultural movements in American history. James Van Der Zee and the Harlem Portrait Tradition. James Van Der Zee was one of the most influential photographers of the Harlem Renaissance. Renowned for his role in shaping the Harlem portrait tradition and offering a dignified, nuanced representation of Black life. His work during this period became emblematic of the Harlem Renaissance itself, capturing the vibrancy, elegance, and strength of African American culture during a time when mainstream media often portrayed Black people through negative stereotypes. Van Der Zee's portraits not only reflected the flourishing of Harlem as a cultural epicenter, but also played a vital role in asserting the humanity, beauty, and intellectual sophistication of the Black community. Van Der Zee's photography career began in the early 1900s, and by the 1920s, he had become the go-to photographer for Harlem's residents. His studio, located in the heart of Harlem, became a popular destination for individuals seeking portraits that represented their aspirations and sense of pride. Van Der Zee's work was known for its detailed compositions, capturing the subjects in their finest clothes, surrounded by props that showcased their social status and accomplishments. Unlike the demeaning portrayals of African Americans in popular media, Van Der Zee's portraits offered a refined image of Black people, displaying them as dignified, proud, and beautiful. His photographs were a deliberate and powerful response to the stereotypes that had long been associated with Blackness. One of the distinctive features of van der Zee's work was his ability to bring out the inner strength and personality of his subjects. He often used elaborate backdrops, lighting, and carefully staged compositions, which gave his portraits a sense of timelessness and artistry. His images transcended simple documentation. They were a celebration of Black pride, family, and success. This approach was particularly important during a time when African Americans were often denied opportunities for upward mobility or social visibility. Van der Zee's portraits served as a visual declaration that Black people were worthy of being seen and valued in the same way as any other group in society. Perhaps one of the most notable aspects of Van der Zee's Harlem portraits was his focus on the Harlem Renaissance's cultural elite. Many of his famous photographs feature prominent figures in the movement, including musicians, writers, and intellectuals such as Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, and Josephine Baker. By photographing these individuals, Van der Zee not only celebrated their achievements, but also solidified their place within the cultural narrative of the time. His images helped to elevate Harlem's artistic scene and positioned the Black community at the forefront of American culture. In conclusion, James Van der Zee's photography was instrumental in the development of the Harlem portrait tradition and the broader cultural landscape of the Harlem Renaissance. His work transcended mere photography. It became a powerful form of artistic and social expression that contributed to the reshaping of Black identity. Through his lens, Van der Zee captured the essence of Harlem's cultural vitality and left behind a visual legacy that continues to be celebrated for its role in challenging racial stereotypes and showcasing the pride and beauty of African American life. Documenting everyday life in Harlem. Photography during the Harlem Renaissance was not only about capturing the famous figures and artistic elite, but also about documenting the everyday lives of Harlem's residents. Photographers like James Van der Zee, Carl Van Vechten, and others played an essential role in presenting an authentic, multifaceted image of Black life in Harlem. These photographers used their craft to offer a nuanced and dignified portrayal of the community, reflecting the vibrancy, struggles, and resilience of ordinary African Americans during a time of racial inequality and social change. James Van der Zee, in particular, is known for his powerful portraits of Harlem's working-class residents, as well as its middle-class families. He captured moments of joy, pride, and elegance, often in intimate settings like family gatherings or personal celebrations. His photographs portrayed individuals in their finest clothing, often with elaborate backdrops, emphasizing their dignity and sense of identity. While Van der Zee's staged portraits are some of the most iconic images of Harlem during this period, he also photographed the community in more candid, everyday moments. Through his lens, Harlem was not just a place of artistic or intellectual achievement, but a community of everyday people who were contributing to the cultural and social fabric of the time. These photographers also captured scenes of everyday life on the streets of Harlem, whether it was bustling crowds at neighborhood events, children playing, or individuals going about their daily routines. These photographs showcased the richness and diversity of Black life. Such images provided a counter-narrative to the often degrading portrayals of African Americans in mainstream media, which tended to focus on poverty, crime, or subservience. Instead, photographers like Van der Zee and Van Vechten documented the positive aspects of Harlem's daily life, emphasizing the agency, pride, and dignity of its residents. Furthermore, everyday life photography during the Harlem Renaissance played an important role in capturing the cultural innovations that were emerging within the community. Photographers documented the popular jazz and blues scenes, vibrant street life, the rise of Black-owned businesses, and social clubs that became cultural hubs in the neighborhood. These images are now considered invaluable historical documents, offering a glimpse into the ways in which Harlem was becoming a beacon of African American culture during the early 20th century. In conclusion, Documenting everyday life in Harlem was a vital aspect of the Harlem Renaissance, helping to portray the complex and diverse realities of the Black community. Through photographs of both celebrated figures and ordinary citizens, photographers played a key role in shaping how Harlem and its people were seen by the world. These images, whether posed or candid, served as an important form of cultural expression, celebrating the resilience, beauty, and vibrancy of the Harlem community while challenging stereotypes and promoting a broader understanding of African American life. Photography as a tool for social change. Photography during the Harlem Renaissance served not only as an artistic expression, but also as a powerful tool for social change. The images captured by photographers like James Van Der Zee, Carl Van Vechten, and others were a direct response to the pervasive racial stereotypes and inequalities that African Americans faced in mainstream society. By offering a new and dignified portrayal of Black life, these photographers challenged negative representations and provided a platform for African Americans to control their own image in the public eye. The photographs created during this period played an essential role in reshaping how African Americans were seen, both within their communities and in the broader context of American culture. During the early 20th century, African Americans were often portrayed in demeaning, reductive ways by the dominant white media, reinforcing stereotypes of subservience, savagery, or inferiority. The photographers of the Harlem Renaissance worked to dismantle these images by portraying African Americans with dignity, elegance, and humanity. Their work focused on showing the beauty and complexity of Black people, often in moments of triumph, family, and intellectual achievement. This shift in portrayal was revolutionary as it empowered Black communities to see themselves in a positive light and allowed them to assert their place in American society as equals. James Van Der Zee's work is a prime example of how photography became a tool for social change. His iconic portraits of Harlem's residents, whether they were everyday people or cultural icons, presented African Americans as dignified, proud, and sophisticated. His ability to capture Black individuals in elegant clothing, posed in intimate settings, reinforced the idea that African Americans deserved the same respect and recognition as any other group in society. Van Der Zee's images also documented the emergence of a new Black middle class in Harlem, highlighting their economic success and cultural contributions in ways that directly contradicted the negative stereotypes of the time. Carl Van Vechten's photographs also played a pivotal role in this cultural transformation. As a photographer and writer, Van Vechten helped to bring visibility to Harlem's intellectual and artistic elite. His portraits of figures like Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, and Josephine Baker helped elevate them to national prominence, positioning Black artists and intellectuals as key contributors to American culture. Through his lens, Van Vechten not only celebrated these individuals, but also participated in the broader cultural movement that sought to define Black identity on Black terms. In conclusion, photography during the Harlem Renaissance was far more than an artistic endeavor. It was a deliberate and strategic effort to challenge racial prejudices and advocate for social change. By documenting the lives and accomplishments of Black people, photographers of the era reshaped the public image of African Americans, asserting their dignity and humanity in ways that had been historically denied. Photography became an important vehicle for promoting racial equality, and its legacy continues to resonate as a tool for social change, reminding us of the power of imagery in shaping perceptions and driving progress. The legacy of Harlem Renaissance photography. The legacy of Harlem Renaissance photography is far-reaching, leaving an indelible mark on both the history of American photography and the broader cultural landscape. Photographers like James Van Der Zee, Carl Van Vechten, and others documented the lives, achievements, and everyday moments of African Americans during a pivotal time in U.S. history. Their work not only helped to define the Harlem Renaissance, but also shaped the way Black people were seen in the public eye, challenging stereotypes and promoting a more positive and complex representation of African American life. The images they created continue to resonate today, serving as powerful symbols of resilience, pride, and cultural identity. One of the most enduring aspects of Harlem Renaissance photography is its role in reshaping African American identity. In an era when Black people were often subjected to demeaning and reductive portrayals in mainstream media, photographers provided a counter-narrative, one that showcased the dignity, beauty, and intellectual sophistication of Black communities. Their portraits highlighted the achievements of Harlem's middle class, intellectuals, artists, and everyday people, offering a new image of Black life that rejected the stereotypes of the happy servant or primitive savage. By capturing individuals in moments of pride, celebration, and success, photographers like Van der Zee gave African Americans the opportunity to control their public image, allowing them to assert their rightful place in society. Moreover, Harlem Renaissance photography helped elevate African American culture to national and international prominence. The portraits of cultural icons like Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, and Josephine Baker became key representations of Black artistic achievement. Photographers like Van Vechten not only celebrated these individuals, but also contributed to their visibility on a global scale, positioning them as central figures in the cultural and intellectual movements of the time. These images played a crucial role in establishing the Harlem Renaissance as a movement that was about more than just music and literature. It was about the elevation of Black culture in all its forms. Today, the legacy of Harlem Renaissance photography continues to be a vital part of the historical record, offering a visual testament to the strength and creativity of the Black community. The photographs taken during this time have become iconic, studied by scholars, curators, and artists alike for their artistry and their cultural significance. In the years since the Harlem Renaissance, these images have remained a source of inspiration, showing how the power of the camera can be used not only to document history, but to create it. As a result, Harlem Renaissance photography remains a touchstone for understanding the role of art and visual culture in challenging racial inequality and promoting social change. Chapter 9: The Role of Women in the Harlem Renaissance. The Harlem Renaissance was not only a cultural revolution, but also a time of significant empowerment for women, particularly African American women, who were at the forefront of the movement. While men such as Langston Hughes and Duke Ellington often received the lion's share of recognition for their contributions to the Renaissance, women played an essential role in shaping the artistic, literary, and intellectual landscape of Harlem. They were not just passive participants, but dynamic forces who created and influenced art, literature, music, and social movements that defined the era. In literature, women like Zora Neale Hurston, Nella Larson, and Jessie Redmond Fawcett became iconic figures. Zora Neale Hurston, in particular, stood out as a novelist, anthropologist, and folklorist, capturing the richness of African American life in works like Their Eyes Were Watching God. Her writing explored the complexities of Black womanhood, focusing on themes of love, independence, and personal growth. Nella Larson's novels, such as Passing, delved into questions of racial identity and social stratification, addressing the fluidity of race and the challenges faced by Black women in navigating societal expectations. These women challenged prevailing narratives and provided a platform for Black women's voices that had often been marginalized in both the literary world and society at large. In the visual arts, women like Lois Mailou Jones and Augusta Savage were trailblazers, using their art to explore themes of African heritage and the experience of Black Americans. Lois Mailou Jones's work spanned several genres, from portraiture to abstract art, and her pieces often celebrated African and African American identity. Augusta Savage, a renowned sculptor, used her work to reflect the beauty and dignity of Black life, with pieces like The Harp and Lift Every Voice and Sing, symbolizing the strength and resilience of African Americans. These women broke barriers in a male-dominated art world, and their contributions helped redefine the role of African American women in the arts. In the music and performance arts, women like Bessie Smith, Josephine Baker, and Ethel Waters became famous for their extraordinary talent. Bessie Smith, the Empress of the Blues, used her voice to communicate the pain and resilience of the Black experience, while Josephine Baker achieved international fame as a dancer, singer, and actress, captivating audiences with her performances. Ethel Waters, one of the leading vocalists of the time, brought the blues to Broadway stages and helped to shape the future of African American performance arts. Women were also at the forefront of social change during the Harlem Renaissance, advocating for civil rights, gender equality, and racial justice. Figures like Mabel Hampton and Madam C.J. Walker made lasting contributions, with Walker building a multi-million-dollar business empire catering to Black women's beauty needs, and Hampton becoming a prominent figure in the fight for Black civil rights and cultural preservation. In conclusion, the women of the Harlem Renaissance were integral to the movement's success, shaping the cultural and intellectual legacy of the era. Through their writing, art, music, and activism, they not only redefined what it meant to be an African American woman, but also expanded the scope of the Harlem Renaissance itself. Their contributions laid the foundation for future generations of Black women artists, writers, and activists, continuing to inspire change and progress in the fight for equality and social justice. Pioneering female writers and poets. During the Harlem Renaissance, African American women writers and poets were instrumental in shaping the cultural movement, offering fresh perspectives on race, gender, identity, and the complexities of the Black experience in America. These women not only made significant contributions to literature, but also expanded the boundaries of artistic expression, ensuring that the voices of Black women were heard in a male-dominated literary landscape. Their works were pivotal in redefining both African American literature and the role of women in society. Zora Neale Hurston stands out as one of the most celebrated writers of the Harlem Renaissance. Her novel, Their Eyes Were Watching God, is regarded as one of the defining works of African American literature. Hurston's writing, rich with folklore and rooted in the Southern Black experience, brought a unique narrative style that was both personal and profound. Hurston's exploration of Black womanhood, independence, and love made her a trailblazer for future generations of writers. She gave voice to the complexities of African American women's lives, capturing their resilience, desires, and struggles in a way that had never been done before. Another pioneering figure was Nella Larsen, whose work explored the intersection of race and identity. Her novel, Passing, delves into the lives of two light-skinned African American women navigating the boundaries of race and class. The novel raises important questions about racial identity and the fluidity of race, as the characters pass as white to gain access to social privileges. Larsen's writing reflects the internal and external conflicts of being a Black woman in a racially stratified society, and her work continues to be studied for its nuanced portrayal of identity and race. Jessie Redmond Fawcett, a key literary figure during the Harlem Renaissance, was not only a writer, but also an editor and a major advocate for Black women's literature. As the literary editor of The Crisis, the NAACP's magazine, she gave exposure to many emerging Black writers and poets. Fawcett's novels, including There Is Confusion and Plum Bun, explore themes of colorism, class, and the complexities of African American identity. She often centered on the lives of middle-class Black women, offering a rare glimpse into their social and emotional struggles. The poetry of Anne Spencer, another pioneering female poet, also contributed to the Harlem Renaissance's literary legacy. Spencer's poems often touched on themes of love, race, and the African American experience, while also incorporating elements of nature and spirituality. Her work stands out for its lyrical beauty and emotional depth, reflecting both the joys and challenges of Black life. These women not only made lasting contributions to the literary canon, but also laid the groundwork for the ongoing dialogue about race, gender, and identity in American literature. Through their work, they challenged societal norms, advocated for racial equality, and defined the Harlem Renaissance as a movement that was inclusive of Black women's voices and experiences. Their contributions remain a cornerstone in the ongoing struggle for social change and equality, demonstrating the power of literature to transform society. Women in visual arts and performance. Women played a vital and transformative role in the visual arts and performance sectors of the Harlem Renaissance, using their talents to break barriers, challenge stereotypes, and redefine African American identity. While the movement was often associated with male artists and performers, women such as Lois Mailou Jones, Augusta Savage, Josephine Baker, and Ethel Waters significantly contributed to the era's cultural flourishing. Their work not only enriched the Harlem Renaissance, but also laid the groundwork for future generations of Black female artists in America. Lois Mailou Jones was one of the most prominent visual artists of the time, known for her innovative approach to African American art. Her work ranged from portraiture to landscape and abstract painting, and she was deeply influenced by African and African American heritage. Jones's pieces were a celebration of Black culture, exploring both the beauty of African traditions and the complexities of the Black experience in America. She was particularly notable for her depictions of strong, empowered Black women, presenting them as complex figures with agency and dignity, an image often missing in earlier depictions of African Americans. Jones's contributions to the Harlem Renaissance were pivotal in elevating the status of Black women in the visual arts and demonstrating that they, too, could be powerful creators within the art world. Augusta Savage, another influential figure, was an acclaimed sculptor known for her powerful works that captured the strength and resilience of Black people. Savage's sculptures, such as the harp and Lift Every Voice and Sing, celebrated African American identity and culture. She was also a mentor to many young artists and worked tirelessly to ensure that Black artists had access to the resources they needed to thrive. As a leading figure in the Harlem art scene, Savage was instrumental in shaping the careers of future generations of African American artists, and her legacy continues to inspire Black artists and sculptors today. In the realm of performance, women like Josephine Baker and Ethel Waters became iconic figures, transcending national boundaries to achieve international fame. Josephine Baker, known for her electrifying dance performances and unique stage presence, became a symbol of Black beauty, liberation, and sensuality. She not only helped redefine the image of African American women in performance, but also became a global figure, challenging racial and cultural norms. Baker's success in Europe, especially in France, allowed her to use her platform to advocate for racial equality and civil rights, making her an important figure in the fight against racial discrimination. Ethel Waters, another celebrated performer, brought the sounds of Harlem's jazz and blues to Broadway and the national stage. As a singer and actress, Waters used her voice to communicate the pain, beauty, and resilience of the Black experience. Her success in mainstream theater helped pave the way for future African American performers to find a place on Broadway, an achievement that was groundbreaking in the context of racial segregation in the United States. These women not only contributed to the Harlem Renaissance, but also reshaped American culture by challenging the traditional roles of Black women in the arts. Through their work in visual arts and performance, they demonstrated that African American women were dynamic, multifaceted creators capable of pushing boundaries and making significant contributions to the cultural landscape. Their enduring legacy continues to inspire and empower artists today, proving that their voices and vision were instrumental in shaping the cultural fabric of the Harlem Renaissance. The contributions of Black female journalists. During the Harlem Renaissance, Black female journalists played a crucial role in shaping the movement's intellectual and cultural discourse. Their work in both local and national publications not only provided a platform for Black voices, but also contributed to the broader social and political landscape of the time. Through their writing, they not only documented the events and developments of the Harlem Renaissance, but also actively participated in shaping the narrative surrounding race, gender, and social justice. One of the most influential Black female journalists of the era was Ida B. Wells. Though her peak influence came slightly before the Harlem Renaissance, her legacy deeply impacted the period. Known for her investigative journalism, Wells's work exposed the brutality of lynching in America, using her platform to call for change and equality. She was an advocate for both women's rights and civil rights, making her an important figure in the Harlem Renaissance's intersection of activism and the arts. Her fearless reporting and writing became an inspiration to future generations of Black women journalists, including those writing during the Renaissance. Another important figure was Nellie Y. McKay, an influential journalist, editor, and writer. McKay's work, published in various magazines, helped redefine the role of Black women in both the literary and journalistic worlds. As a contributing editor to The Crisis, the NAACP's magazine, and later as the editor of the Brownies book, McKay provided an intellectual space for Black voices, particularly focusing on Black youth and women. Her journalistic work addressed issues of race, identity, and the impact of the Harlem Renaissance on African American culture. Through her leadership in the Brownies book, McKay created one of the first publications aimed at empowering young African American readers, fostering a sense of pride in their heritage. Charlotte Osgood Mason, though primarily known as a patron of the arts, also used her journalistic skills to influence the Harlem Renaissance. A patroness to many Black artists, musicians, and writers of the period, Mason was also a writer who promoted the works of Black artists through her writing. Her influence extended beyond the traditional role of the journalist, blending her writing with her social activism, ensuring that Harlem Renaissance artists were not only financially supported, but also publicized and acknowledged in the broader cultural landscape. These women, along with others such as Alice Dunbar Nelson, whose poetry and journalistic writing often focused on social justice issues, proved that Black female journalists were integral to the Harlem Renaissance's success. Their contributions helped shift public perceptions of Black culture, literature, and social movements, while also carving out a space for Black women in the journalistic field. They were not merely passive observers of the cultural moment. They were active participants in shaping it, providing essential narratives that challenged prevailing ideas of race and gender. Their journalism gave voice to the struggles, aspirations, and complexities of the Black experience, while also offering a counterpoint to the mainstream media's often distorted portrayal of African Americans. As pioneers, they used their pens as tools for social change, intellectual empowerment, and cultural preservation, and their work remains an enduring testament to the vital role of Black women in shaping American history and culture. Gender and identity in Harlem Renaissance literature. The Harlem Renaissance, a cultural movement that flourished in the 1920s, brought forth a reimagining of African American identity, and central to this transformation was the exploration of gender and its intersections with race. The literature produced during this time was a platform for writers to challenge existing norms surrounding race, class, and notably gender. While the era is often remembered for its groundbreaking works of art and literature, it also served as a space for Black writers, especially women, to confront and interrogate the complexities of gender identity in a racially segregated society. Male authors, such as Langston Hughes and Claude McKay, frequently grappled with issues of racial identity and masculinity, offering portrayals of Black men in ways that resisted traditional stereotypes of subjugation and inferiority. However, the works of Black women writers like Zora Neale Hurston, Nella Larson, and Jessie Redmond Faucett provided a more nuanced exploration of the intersection between gender and race. Hurston's Their Eyes Were Watching God offered a profound depiction of a Black woman's journey toward self-discovery, emphasizing her sexual and emotional autonomy. Hurston's protagonist, Janie, embarks on a quest for personal fulfillment, asserting her right to love and be loved on her own terms. In doing so, Hurston challenged the conventional roles assigned to Black women, suggesting that their desires and individuality mattered just as much as those of men. Nella Larson, with her novel Passing, delved into themes of racial and gender identity, exploring the complexities of light-skinned Black women navigating between the Black and white worlds. The novel's exploration of a woman's internal conflict regarding her racial identity also highlighted the constraints placed on women during the Harlem Renaissance, both in terms of race and gender. The central character's choice to pass as white raises questions about societal expectations and the limited agency of women, particularly those of African descent, in a society that sought to define their worth through both race and gender. Women writers during the Harlem Renaissance also grappled with the idea of respectability and the pressure to conform to societal expectations of femininity. While much of the literature of the time was focused on male experiences, Black women writers used their works to assert their presence and challenge the dominant ideals of womanhood. Writers like Jessie Redmond Fawcett and Nella Larson explored issues of colorism, class, and how Black women were expected to navigate complex social terrains that imposed restrictions on their mobility and behavior. The Harlem Renaissance was a crucial moment in the history of Black literature that allowed for an honest and multifaceted examination of gender and identity. It offered a platform for Black women to voice their struggles with race, gender, and societal expectations, while also celebrating their autonomy, resilience, and individuality. These writers contributed to a larger cultural conversation about the roles women could play in shaping not only the future of African American culture, but also the broader understanding of womanhood in America. Their work remains relevant today, continuing to inspire discussions on gender, race, and identity. Women's activism and the push for civil rights. During the Harlem Renaissance, women were at the forefront of activism, challenging the status quo and pushing for greater civil rights for African Americans. While the movement is often associated with the arts and culture, it was also deeply rooted in the social and political struggle for equality. Women's activism during this period was not only shaped by their experiences as African Americans, but also by their unique position as women in a patriarchal society. Their efforts contributed significantly to the broader fight for racial justice and helped to lay the groundwork for the civil rights movements that followed in the decades after the Renaissance. One of the most influential activists during this period was Mary McLeod Bethune, an educator and leader who advocated for Black women's rights and social welfare. She worked tirelessly to improve education for African Americans and served as a prominent voice in the National Association of Colored Women's Clubs. Bethune's work helped to establish vital organizations and initiatives aimed at uplifting the Black community, particularly Black women and children. Her activism intersected with her commitment to education, as she believed that access to education was key to overcoming racial and gender oppression. Zora Neale Hurston, while best known for her literary contributions, also engaged in activism. She was a vocal critic of the limitations imposed on African Americans, particularly Black women, and her work often addressed themes of racial pride and autonomy. Hurston was a proponent of the idea that Black Americans should embrace their cultural heritage and reject the notion that they needed to conform to white standards of behavior and identity. Though she did not embrace the traditional methods of activism, Hurston's writing contributed to the broader civil rights movement by offering a powerful narrative that highlighted Black experiences and challenged racial stereotypes. Nella Larson, whose writing explored the complexities of race and gender, also contributed to the activism of the Harlem Renaissance by highlighting the internal struggles of Black women navigating the color line. In her novel Passing, Larson explored the tension between Black women who could pass as white and those who could not, raising important questions about identity, belonging, and the limitations imposed on African Americans. By addressing these issues, Larson's work added a critical dimension to the racial discourse of the time, challenging both racial and gender expectations. Women were also instrumental in organizing and supporting key movements such as the NAACP, National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, which played a central role in advocating for civil rights during the Harlem Renaissance. Women like Jessie Redmond Fauset and Elaine Locke, whose advocacy for the new Negro also included a focus on Black women's empowerment, used their positions to promote activism, encourage solidarity, and challenge discriminatory policies. These women worked alongside male activists to call for better treatment of African Americans, particularly in the areas of education, employment, and political participation. While the Harlem Renaissance is often remembered for its cultural achievements, the activism of Black women during this period was integral to the development of civil rights movements. Their work laid the foundation for later feminist and civil rights movements, emphasizing the importance of racial equality, gender equality, and social justice. Their dedication to fighting for the rights of African Americans, particularly women, created a lasting legacy that would influence generations of activists in the fight for civil rights. Chapter 10, The Harlem Renaissance and Political Movements. The Harlem Renaissance, a cultural explosion during the 1920s, was not only a period of artistic creativity and intellectual achievement, but it was also deeply intertwined with the political movements of the time. It provided fertile ground for political and social activism, particularly in the fight for racial equality and civil rights. While the era is often remembered for its cultural contributions, the political undercurrents of the Harlem Renaissance played a pivotal role in shaping the trajectory of Black political thought and action. One of the most significant political movements of the Harlem Renaissance was the rise of Marcus Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association, UNA. Garvey, a charismatic Jamaican-born leader, promoted the idea of Black self-determination, racial pride, and the eventual return to Africa. His message resonated with many African Americans during a time when racial discrimination was pervasive and the promise of equality seemed distant. The UNEA not only advocated for the economic empowerment of Black communities, but also called for a global Black unity that transcended national borders. Garvey's political philosophy, which included his vision of a new Negro who would assert their rights and dignity, aligned with the cultural ethos of the Harlem Renaissance. Though his vision of a separate Black nation was controversial, his efforts led to the creation of institutions that contributed to Black pride, economic independence, and political consciousness. The Harlem Renaissance also coincided with the increasing influence of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, which was dedicated to fighting racial discrimination and advocating for civil rights. Figures like W.E.B. Du Bois, a prominent intellectual and civil rights leader, were instrumental in connecting the Harlem Renaissance to broader political movements. Du Bois was an advocate for the power of the intellect, and he believed that a select group of educated Black individuals, whom he referred to as the talented 10th, would lead the charge for social and political change. Through the Crisis, the NAACP's magazine, Du Bois published many of the works of Harlem Renaissance writers and artists, effectively bridging the gap between the cultural and political realms of the period. In addition to Garvey and Du Bois, the Harlem Renaissance provided a platform for women like Mary McLeod Bethune and Nannie Helen Burroughs, who were also deeply involved in political activism. Bethune, an educator and advisor to President Franklin D. Roosevelt, advocated for racial equality through her leadership in various organizations including the National Council of Negro Women. She worked tirelessly to integrate Black women into the political fabric of the nation, emphasizing the importance of education, economic empowerment, and political participation. Moreover, the Harlem Renaissance fostered a growing sense of Black consciousness and solidarity, which laid the foundation for the more organized civil rights movements that would emerge in the 1930s and beyond. Writers, artists, and intellectuals used their platforms to confront issues of racial injustice, advocate for the end of segregation, and demand voting rights. The political dimensions of the Harlem Renaissance were thus inseparable from its artistic achievements, that with both working in tandem to inspire a new vision of Black identity and a renewed sense of collective agency. The political movements that emerged during the Harlem Renaissance helped redefine what it meant to be Black in America, fueling a legacy of activism that would reverberate through the civil rights movements of the 1950s and 1960s. This era marked a critical juncture in the long struggle for racial equality, and the political energy of the time became a powerful force for change in the years to come. The connection between art and politics. During the Harlem Renaissance, the relationship between art and politics was deeply intertwined, as artistic expression became a tool for advocating political and social change. The movement saw an explosion of African American culture that not only shaped the arts, but also became a platform for addressing the systemic racism, economic injustice, and political disenfranchisement that African Americans were experiencing in the early 20th century. Art, in all its forms, from literature to music, from theater to visual arts, became a means of resistance, protest, and empowerment, effectively contributing to the broader political goals of the time. Artists and intellectuals of the Harlem Renaissance viewed cultural production as a way to resist racial stereotypes and elevate the dignity of Black people. Langston Hughes, for instance, used poetry to comment on the struggles of Black Americans while also celebrating the beauty and resilience of Black identity. His work, filled with political undertones, encouraged readers to embrace the complexities of being Black in America while challenging the status quo. Hughes believed that art was not separate from politics. It was deeply connected to the lived experiences of those who created it. Through his poetry and essays, he highlighted the struggles for racial equality, economic justice, and civil rights, making it clear that the fight for freedom was both an artistic and political endeavor. Similarly, Aaron Douglas, a prominent visual artist of the Harlem Renaissance, used his paintings, murals, and illustrations to reflect the political climate of the time. His work often incorporated African and African American history, myth, and symbolism to assert a strong sense of racial pride. By depicting the Black experience with themes of strength, empowerment, and historical continuity, Douglas connected his art to the political call for Black liberation and equality. His images celebrated the resilience and beauty of Black people, positioning art as a powerful weapon in the fight against racial injustice. Zora Neale Hurston, a celebrated writer of the era, also understood the power of art as a political statement. In works like Their Eyes Were Watching God, Hurston centered the experiences of Black women, asserting their autonomy and rejecting the stereotypical portrayals that often limited their agency. Hurston's work was revolutionary, not only for its narrative complexity, but for its rejection of the politically motivated literary standards of the time. She sought to show Black life in all its richness and diversity, refusing to conform to the prevailing expectations of how African American stories should be told. In this way, her writing became a form of political resistance, offering an authentic and unfiltered representation of Black life. The Harlem Renaissance also saw the emergence of Black theater as a form of cultural and political resistance. Theatrical productions brought to the stage the struggles, hopes, and dreams of Black Americans, making visible the realities of racial inequality. Performances were often a form of activism, urging audiences to confront and challenged the injustices they saw reflected on stage. Through this synergy of art and politics, the Harlem Renaissance helped to shape a new political consciousness among African Americans, laying the foundation for future movements, including the Civil Rights Movement. The artists and intellectuals of this era understood that art had the power to shape public opinion, challenge unjust systems, and mobilize people for social change. By using art as a tool for political resistance, they fostered a cultural revolution that was not just about aesthetics, but also about achieving justice and equality. The legacy of this connection between art and politics continues to influence movements today, demonstrating the enduring power of creative expression as a force for change. Marcus Garvey and the Back to Africa movement. Marcus Garvey, a towering figure in the history of Black liberation, played a pivotal role in the political and cultural landscape of the Harlem Renaissance with his vision of Black self-determination and his prominent Back to Africa movement. Garvey, a Jamaican-born political leader and activist, founded the Universal Negro Improvement Association, UNIA, in 1914, and it quickly became one of the largest and most influential African American organizations of the time. His idea of a Back to Africa movement gained widespread support among Black Americans who felt alienated by the systemic racism, economic injustice, and social discrimination that they faced in the United States. The central tenet of Garvey's Back to Africa movement was the belief that African Americans should embrace their African heritage and, in doing so, reclaim their dignity, pride, and autonomy. Garvey advocated for the establishment of a separate, independent Black nation in Africa, where people of African descent could escape the racial oppression and segregation they faced in the U.S. Garvey's message was clear. Black Americans should stop seeking integration into white society, which he believed was inherently racist, and instead look to Africa for inspiration and identity. This philosophy resonated with many who felt marginalized in their own country and sought empowerment through a unifying vision of Black nationalism. Garvey's efforts to build a strong sense of Black identity and pride were embodied in his establishment of the Black Star Line, a shipping company aimed at transporting African Americans to Africa. Although the enterprise eventually faced financial difficulties and was marred by scandal, the Black Star Line became a symbol of Garvey's dream of economic independence and the empowerment of Black people worldwide. The movement also inspired the creation of schools, businesses, and social organizations that promoted Black self-reliance and unity. Garvey's influence extended beyond his organizational efforts. Through his publications, such as The Negro World, he spread the message of Black pride and unity to African Americans across the United States and the global African diaspora. He encouraged people of African descent to reject the negative stereotypes that had been imposed on them by white society and instead embrace their African roots. His speeches, filled with fervor and conviction, advocated for the empowerment of Black people, emphasizing that they could only achieve true freedom through economic self-sufficiency, political independence, and cultural pride. While Garvey's vision of a mass exodus to Africa never materialized, his ideas had a lasting impact on the Harlem Renaissance and beyond. His call for Black pride, self-reliance, and independence inspired later movements, including the Civil Rights Movement and the Pan-African Movement. Garvey's legacy as a champion of Black empowerment continues to be celebrated, and his Back to Africa movement, though controversial, left a profound mark on the political and cultural landscape of Black America. W.E.B. Du Bois and the Talented Tenth. W.E.B. Du Bois was one of the most influential intellectuals of the Harlem Renaissance, whose ideas about race, education, and leadership shaped the cultural and political conversations of the time. Du Bois, an academic, writer, and social activist, was a leading figure in the movement for civil rights and Black empowerment. One of his most well-known concepts, the Talented Tenth, played a significant role in defining the goals of the Harlem Renaissance and laid the foundation for a new generation of Black leaders. The talented tenth was Du Bois's theory that a small, highly educated, and intellectually capable elite within the African American community would serve as the vanguard for the advancement of the race. According to Du Bois, this group of exceptional individuals, whom he believed should receive the best possible education, would be responsible for leading the struggle for civil rights, social justice, and equality. He argued that by achieving a high level of education and becoming proficient in various fields, such as politics, science, law, and the arts, these leaders could help uplift the entire Black community. The talented tenth would not only serve as role models, but would also guide and inspire the broader African American population to pursue education and self-improvement. Du Bois's advocacy for the intellectual and cultural development of African Americans was in stark contrast to the more accommodationist views of Booker T. Washington, another prominent African American leader of the time. While Washington emphasized vocational training and economic self-sufficiency for Black people, Du Bois believed that higher education and political activism were the keys to true progress and equality. He argued that African Americans could not rely solely on the goodwill of white Americans, but needed to build their own institutions, advocate for their rights, and assert their presence in all areas of American life. Du Bois's advocacy for education and the advancement of the intellectual elite, as embodied in the talented tenth, was instrumental in the formation of the Niagara Movement and the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, organizations that played critical roles in the fight for civil rights. While Du Bois's idea of the talented tenth was embraced by many intellectuals of the time, it also faced criticism, particularly from those who believed that his vision was too elitist and did not adequately address the needs of the broader Black community. Nonetheless, Du Bois's emphasis on education and intellectual achievement influenced countless artists, writers, and thinkers during the Harlem Renaissance, contributing to a flourishing of Black intellectual and artistic production. Ultimately, Du Bois's talented tenth idea emphasized the potential for African Americans to rise to positions of power and influence in a segregated society. His vision was not just about individual achievement, but about fostering collective pride and leadership within the African American community, and it remains an enduring aspect of his legacy. The rise of Black intellectualism. The Harlem Renaissance was not only a cultural and artistic explosion, but also a period of significant intellectual awakening for the African American community. This era saw the rise of Black intellectualism, with African American scholars, writers, and activists challenging the status quo and advocating for greater recognition and respect for Black culture, history, and identity. Intellectuals of the Harlem Renaissance pushed for the development of a distinct African American cultural identity that embraced the richness of Black heritage, while also striving for equality and justice in a racially segregated society. One of the most prominent intellectual figures of the time was W.E.B. Du Bois, whose ideas on education, leadership, and the role of the intellectual in society influenced the course of the Harlem Renaissance. Du Bois argued that the advancement of African Americans depended on the development of an educated elite, his concept of the talented tenth, who would lead the charge for social, political, and economic equality. His work, including his foundational book, The Souls of Black Folk, placed a premium on higher education and intellectual achievement, challenging the notion that Black people should settle for vocational training or manual labor. Du Bois's advocacy for Black intellectualism encouraged the flowering of literature, art, and scholarship that characterized the Harlem Renaissance. The rise of Black intellectualism during this period also saw the emergence of African American scholars and writers who actively sought to reclaim African American history and culture. Figures like Carter G. Woodson, known as the father of Black history, established institutions such as the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, which promoted the study and preservation of African American history. In doing so, Woodson helped challenge the historical narrative that had often marginalized or distorted the contributions of Black Americans. He emphasized the importance of recognizing and understanding the full scope of Black heritage as a means to build pride and resilience within the community. Additionally, the intellectual community of the Harlem Renaissance included many women who contributed significantly to the intellectual landscape. Zora Neale Hurston, a prominent writer and anthropologist, explored African American folklore and culture in her work, emphasizing the importance of oral traditions and Black experiences. Through her writings, Hurston provided a unique and valuable perspective on the complexity and richness of African American identity, elevating Black women's voices and experiences in a way that had been previously overlooked. The intellectualism of the Harlem Renaissance also extended to the musical and artistic realms, where scholars, musicians, and artists began to advocate for a deeper exploration of Black identity. Langston Hughes, Claude McKay, and other writers associated with the Harlem Renaissance connected their artistic expression to larger political and intellectual debates about race, justice, and the potential for Black Americans to achieve a cultural renaissance. As artists and intellectuals forged new ideas, they expanded the definition of African American identity and contributed to the development of a modern Black consciousness that would have a lasting impact on future generations. The rise of Black intellectualism during the Harlem Renaissance laid the foundation for many future movements, including the Civil Rights Movement and the broader struggle for Black empowerment. By embracing education, culture, and activism, the intellectuals of the Harlem Renaissance advanced a vision of Black equality and self-determination that would continue to resonate for decades to come. Political art and resistance. Political art during the Harlem Renaissance became a powerful form of resistance against the pervasive racism, segregation, and inequality that African Americans faced. Artists, writers, musicians, and performers used their work to challenge the status quo, assert Black identity, and demand social change. This period saw the emergence of art that not only celebrated African American culture, but also confronted the harsh realities of systemic oppression, pushing the boundaries of art as a tool for social activism. One of the key aspects of Harlem Renaissance political art was its use of visual imagery to critique racial injustices. Artists like Aaron Douglas created works that symbolized Black struggles for equality and freedom while celebrating African heritage. His murals and illustrations often depicted themes of oppression, but also of resistance and hope. Through his stylized geometric forms and use of African motifs, Douglas produced art that embodied a vision of empowerment and resilience, urging Black Americans to reclaim their dignity and strength in the face of adversity. His work resonated deeply with those who were tired of seeing their people reduced to stereotypes or ignored altogether. In literature, Langston Hughes and other writers similarly used their words as tools of resistance. Hughes's poetry, for example, was infused with the pulse of the Harlem Renaissance and focused on the daily struggles of Black people. His famous works, like The Negro Speaks of Rivers and I Too, directly confronted issues of racial inequality and injustice while simultaneously celebrating the strength and beauty of Black identity. Hughes's words demanded recognition and equality for African Americans, and through his work, he built a bridge between art and activism. The role of music during this period also cannot be understated in terms of political resistance. Jazz and blues, which emerged as dominant genres during the Harlem Renaissance, became forms of expression that voiced the pain and frustration of Black Americans. Louis Armstrong, Duke Ellington, and Bessie Smith used their music to convey powerful emotional and political messages. The freedom of jazz, with its improvisational nature, mirrored the struggle for Black autonomy and self-expression. Meanwhile, blues, deeply rooted in African American life, told stories of hardship, injustice, and resistance. The theater also played a role in pushing back against oppressive norms, with performances in Harlem's clubs and theaters often dealing with racial tensions, class issues, and identity. The work of writers like Zora Neale Hurston and Langston Hughes, who crafted plays that explored the complexities of Black life in America, became vehicles for political expression, urging the country to face the realities of racial inequality. Political art in the Harlem Renaissance, then, was not just an artistic movement. It was a collective call to action. It sought to confront the injustices of the time, inspire unity within the African American community, and demand a change in the way Black people were viewed and treated. The resonance of this art continues today, reminding us of the enduring power of creative expression as a tool for political and social resistance. Chapter 11: The Harlem Renaissance Beyond Harlem. While Harlem was undeniably the epicenter of the Harlem Renaissance, the movement's influence extended far beyond the confines of this New York neighborhood. The impact of the Harlem Renaissance resonated across the United States and even internationally, shaping cultural and political movements throughout the 20th century. It was not just confined to the artists and intellectuals who lived in Harlem, but spread to cities, universities, and artistic communities all over the world, where African American culture was being explored, celebrated, and recognized on a broader scale. In the United States, the Harlem Renaissance sparked similar cultural revivals in other urban centers, such as Chicago, Washington, D.C., and New Orleans, where Black communities began to embrace the same ideals of artistic and cultural empowerment. The migration of African Americans from the rural South to the urban North, particularly through the Great Migration, contributed to the diffusion of Harlem's cultural energy to other parts of the country. As Black communities in cities like Chicago's South Side and Washington, D.C.'s U Street corridor began to flourish, they created their own local scenes of Black intellectual, artistic, and musical production. These movements often shared the same themes of racial pride, intellectualism, and artistic innovation that were central to Harlem, though they had regional distinctions that reflected the unique experiences of African Americans in those locales. The Harlem Renaissance also had a significant impact on Black intellectuals and artists living abroad, especially in Europe. Paris, in particular, became a major destination for Black expatriates seeking greater artistic freedom and recognition. African American writers, artists, and musicians found a sense of liberation in the more racially progressive atmosphere of France, where they could escape the institutionalized racism of America. Notable figures like Langston Hughes, Claude McKay, and Josephine Baker all spent time in Paris, where they enjoyed the freedom to create without the same level of racial discrimination they faced in the United States. The experiences of African American expatriates in Paris not only helped shape their work, but also contributed to the transatlantic exchange of ideas and art, which influenced the development of modernist art and literature. The Harlem Renaissance's ideas of Black pride, artistic expression, and cultural consciousness also extended into the larger African diaspora. In the Caribbean, for example, writers and artists like C.L.R. James and Una Marson were influenced by the intellectual currents of Harlem and drew upon similar themes of racial pride and identity in their own work. These global connections helped solidify the Harlem Renaissance as part of a broader transnational movement that sought to redefine Blackness on the world stage. The Harlem Renaissance was more than just a moment in time or a geographical location. It was a cultural revolution that reverberated throughout the world, contributing to the larger narrative of Black identity, self-expression, and empowerment. Its influence continues to be felt in contemporary cultural, political, and artistic movements, highlighting the ongoing importance of the Harlem Renaissance as a defining moment in African American history and global culture. The movement's impact on other U.S. cities. Although Harlem was the heart of the Harlem Renaissance, the cultural, artistic, and intellectual surge of the era spread to other major cities across the United States, influencing Black communities from coast to coast. As the Great Migration pushed thousands of African Americans from the rural South to northern and western cities, particularly to places like Chicago, Detroit, and Philadelphia, these regions began to develop their own versions of the artistic and intellectual movements that Harlem had pioneered. The Harlem Renaissance was, in essence, not just a Harlem phenomenon, but part of a larger cultural and social awakening across the country. Chicago, one of the largest destinations for Black migrants, became a significant cultural hub for African American art and music during the Renaissance. The South Side of Chicago saw the development of the Chicago Defender, a newspaper that was crucial in shaping public opinion and advocating for racial equality. This area also became a focal point for the rise of jazz and blues, with venues like the Green Mill Cocktail Lounge and the Southside's Grand Terrace Ballroom providing platforms for legendary musicians like Louis Armstrong and King Oliver. Writers like Richard Wright and Gwendolyn Brooks, though emerging a little later, were profoundly influenced by the intellectual currents of the Renaissance as they explored themes of race, identity, and social justice in their works. In Washington, D.C., Black intellectuals and artists were already forming a vibrant cultural community in the early 20th century, which was further fueled by the Harlem Renaissance. With institutions like Howard University at the heart of the intellectual scene, D.C. became a breeding ground for Black thought and activism. Figures like Charles Hamilton Houston and Alain Locke worked to foster a sense of Black pride and intellectual leadership, encouraging African Americans to engage in political and social issues. The city also witnessed the rise of art exhibitions and literary movements that mirrored the trends of Harlem, as Black population began to identify with the broader goals of cultural and artistic upliftment. Philadelphia, another major urban center, also experienced the influence of the Harlem Renaissance. Home to artists, musicians, and writers, the city saw the emergence of thriving art galleries and jazz clubs. Prominent African American artists like John Biggers and Aaron Douglas were influential in shaping the city's artistic expression, while the popularity of jazz and blues found a home in clubs across the city. Philadelphia's intellectual and artistic circles were deeply intertwined with those of Harlem, as intellectuals such as W.E.B. Du Bois worked in the city to promote Black arts and culture. The impact of the Harlem Renaissance across the United States signified a national reawakening of Black culture, creativity, and identity. Though each city had its unique characteristics, the movement served as a beacon of inspiration for African American artists, musicians, and intellectuals to engage in a collective effort to assert Black pride and demand social and political change. The legacy of this cultural revolution can still be seen today in the continuing impact of these cities' contributions to the larger African American experience. Black artistic communities in Chicago, Washington, D.C., and Los Angeles. The Harlem Renaissance's influence on Black artistic communities in cities like Chicago, Washington, D.C., and Los Angeles showcased the movement's broad reach and the national response to the cultural, intellectual, and political shifts happening in Harlem. Each of these cities developed its own unique scene, blending local cultural dynamics with the broader goals of artistic and social empowerment championed by the Renaissance. In Chicago, the South Side became a major cultural and artistic hub, particularly for the African American community. As part of the Great Migration, thousands of Black Southerners moved to the city, bringing with them new ideas and energy that helped fuel a cultural renaissance. Jazz, blues, and gospel music flourished, with legendary artists like Louis Armstrong and Ma Rainey calling Chicago home during this period. The South Side also became a hotspot for literary and intellectual movements. The Chicago Defender, a prominent African American newspaper, played a key role in shaping the national discourse on racial issues and offering a platform for new voices. Writers such as Richard Wright, who would go on to gain national acclaim for his novel Native Son, were influenced by the intellectual currents of the Harlem Renaissance, addressing themes of racism, identity, and the plight of Black Americans. In Washington, D.C., Black intellectuals and artists found a more institutionalized form of support, particularly through Howard University, one of the most prestigious historically Black colleges and universities in the country. The university became a breeding ground for the intellectuals and artists who would define the Renaissance. Figures like Alain Locke, known as the father of the Harlem Renaissance, worked to promote the idea of the new Negro, urging African Americans to embrace their cultural heritage while challenging racial oppression. Washington, D.C. also became a hub for political activism, as the intellectual elite in the city were closely tied to civil rights organizations, including the NAACP. The city hosted exhibitions of Black art, literature, and music that contributed to the larger cultural awakening sweeping the nation. In Los Angeles, the Black artistic community developed in a different context, influenced by the West Coast's growing Black population. By the 1920s, Los Angeles had become a center for Black film and theater, with Hollywood beginning to acknowledge the contributions of Black artists, even if it was limited in scope. Though the city's African American population was smaller than in Chicago or Washington, D.C., the entertainment industry offered unique opportunities for Black performers. Lena Horne, Paul Robeson, and Ethel Waters became household names, showcasing the rise of African American talent in film and theater. Furthermore, Los Angeles served as a meeting point for Black intellectuals and artists who were drawn to California's promise of greater racial freedom and opportunity, expanding the Harlem Renaissance's national impact. The Black artistic communities in these cities each contributed uniquely to the larger cultural movement ignited by the Harlem Renaissance. From Chicago's blues scene to Washington, D.C.'s intellectual activism and Los Angeles' film industry, these communities showcased the resilience, creativity, and power of Black Americans during a time of significant social and cultural change. The global reach of Harlem Renaissance art. The Harlem Renaissance, though rooted in New York City, quickly extended its influence beyond the United States, resonating across Europe, Africa, and the broader African diaspora. This global reach helped cement the movement's place in world history as a cultural awakening that transcended national boundaries and connected Black artistic and intellectual traditions across the globe. In Europe, Paris became the most notable destination for many African American artists and intellectuals during the Harlem Renaissance. Cities like Paris offered more racial freedom and greater opportunities for artistic expression than what many found in America. African American expatriates, including writers like Langston Hughes and Claude McKay, musicians like Josephine Baker, and artists like Aaron Douglas, found Paris to be a liberating space where they could challenge racial stereotypes and create without the constraints of racial discrimination they faced in the United States. Paris, in particular, was home to a vibrant artistic community and was welcoming to new forms of art. African American artists flourished in this international setting as their work was celebrated and collected by European audiences. This interaction between African American artists and the European avant-garde helped to elevate their work to new global audiences and gave the Harlem Renaissance a lasting international presence. The impact of the Harlem Renaissance was also felt in the Caribbean. Writers and intellectuals in places like Jamaica, Trinidad, and Haiti were inspired by the ideals of the movement, which promoted Black pride, self-expression, and an exploration of African heritage. Caribbean intellectuals such as C.L.R. James and Una Marsan incorporated these themes into their own writings, helping to foster a sense of solidarity within the African diaspora. Their works often reflected the shared experiences of Black people worldwide, combining themes of cultural identity, resistance to colonialism, and racial pride. The movement in the Caribbean not only drew on the cultural production of Harlem, but also helped to shape the Caribbean's own emerging cultural and intellectual movements. In Africa, the Harlem Renaissance served as a touchstone for a burgeoning Pan-African consciousness. The movement's focus on African heritage, racial pride, and artistic expression resonated deeply with African intellectuals and artists. Figures like W.E.B. Du Bois promoted the ideals of the Renaissance through the Pan-African Congress and encouraged collaboration between African and African American artists and intellectuals. The Harlem Renaissance inspired African artists to embrace traditional African art forms while seeking new, modern expressions of Black identity that bridged the gap between the continent and its diaspora. The global reach of Harlem Renaissance art was not just about cultural export, but also about creating an interconnected network of Black artists, writers, and intellectuals worldwide. This worldwide exchange of ideas and art formed the foundation of a shared vision for racial pride, empowerment, and cultural upliftment, making the Harlem Renaissance a defining moment in the history of global Black culture. African and Caribbean influences in the movement. The Harlem Renaissance, while primarily centered in New York City, was deeply influenced by the rich cultural traditions of both Africa and the Caribbean. These global influences played a significant role in shaping the movement's artistic and intellectual outputs, as African American artists, writers, and musicians sought to reconnect with their African roots and express a shared identity within the broader African diaspora. One of the most profound African influences on the Harlem Renaissance was the revival of African cultural pride and identity. Artists like Aaron Douglas and Lois Mailou Jones incorporated African visual motifs into their works, drawing inspiration from African masks, sculptures, and textiles. This return to African heritage became a symbol of resistance against racial oppression and a rejection of Eurocentric beauty standards. The Harlem Renaissance helped redefine the Black aesthetic, encouraging African Americans to embrace their ancestral roots as a source of pride and strength. This artistic reclamation of African heritage was not limited to visual arts. It also influenced literature, music, and dance, where references to African traditions, rituals, and folklore were integrated into new forms of expression. In the Caribbean, the Harlem Renaissance found a receptive audience and source of inspiration in the works of writers and intellectuals who were exploring similar themes of Black identity, resistance, and pride. Writers from the Caribbean, like Claude McKay and Una Marson, found kinship in the Renaissance's emphasis on racial pride and cultural self-determination. McKay, a Jamaican-born writer and poet, became one of the central figures of the Harlem Renaissance. His poems, such as If We Must Die, articulated a call for Black empowerment and resilience in the face of violence and oppression. Marson, a Jamaican poet and journalist, brought feminist and Afrocentric perspectives into her writings, aligning with the movement's themes of Black empowerment and the exploration of African heritage. The exchange of ideas between African American intellectuals and their Caribbean counterparts also contributed to the Pan-African sentiment that permeated the Harlem Renaissance. Figures like W.E.B. Du Bois and Marcus Garvey promoted the idea of global Black unity and solidarity. Du Bois's concept of the talented 10th and Garvey's Back to Africa movement encouraged a global vision of Black achievement, one that spanned not only the United States, but also Africa and the Caribbean. The movement became a catalyst for the exchange of ideas, inspiring Caribbean writers and artists to explore their own histories and identities, contributing to a broader transatlantic dialogue on race, culture, and resistance. Ultimately, the African and Caribbean influences enriched the Harlem Renaissance, providing a foundation for the development of an interconnected Black cultural identity that transcended national borders. By drawing on African traditions and Caribbean perspectives, the Harlem Renaissance helped to create a global artistic and intellectual movement that celebrated the richness and diversity of Black culture. The spread of jazz, literature, and theater internationally. The Cultural Revolution of the Harlem Renaissance not only reshaped American society, but also spread its influence internationally, particularly in the realms of jazz, literature, and theater. The movement's emphasis on Black pride, artistic innovation, and intellectual empowerment resonated beyond U.S. borders, creating a lasting impact on global audiences and inspiring artists, musicians, and writers worldwide. One of the most significant contributions of the Harlem Renaissance to global culture was the birth and international proliferation of jazz. Jazz, which had deep roots in African American music traditions, was transformed during the Renaissance into a sophisticated improvisational genre that appealed to diverse audiences. Louis Armstrong, Duke Ellington, and Bessie Smith were among the pioneering figures who brought jazz to the world stage, performing in Europe and the Caribbean, where they captivated audiences and inspired local musicians. Jazz's syncopated rhythms, innovative melodies, and emphasis on improvisation quickly caught the attention of European intellectuals and artists, particularly in Paris, where the expatriate African American community was thriving. Paris, with its open cultural environment, became a haven for jazz musicians, offering a contrast to the racial segregation they faced in the United States. As a result, jazz became a symbol of African American creativity and freedom, influencing European music scenes and inspiring future genres like bebop and cool jazz. Literature from the Harlem Renaissance also made its way across the globe, shaping international views on race, identity, and the Black experience. Writers such as Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, and Claude McKay were recognized for their ability to capture the complexities of Black life in the U.S. through poetry, fiction, and essays. Hughes' poems, with their call for racial pride and dignity, struck a chord with audiences far beyond Harlem, while McKay's militant works like Home to Harlem became influential in the Caribbean, Africa, and parts of Europe. These writers were part of a global conversation about racial equality and cultural identity, inspiring writers and activists in countries where colonial oppression and racial discrimination were rampant. Their works were translated into multiple languages, solidifying the Harlem Renaissance's place in world literature. Theater, too, was an important part of the Harlem Renaissance's international legacy. Harlem's theatrical productions, such as Porgy and Bess, and the works of Langston Hughes and Zora Neale Hurston, explored themes of racial identity and social struggles, and their reach extended beyond the U.S. stage. These works were performed in Europe and the Caribbean, drawing attention to African American life and politics. The success of these productions showcased the ability of Black artists to convey universal human experiences, furthering the Renaissance's goal of achieving racial equality and recognition. Through these performances, African American theater artists had the opportunity to challenge negative stereotypes and to present a narrative of Black life that was rich, complex, and dignified. Together, jazz, literature, and theater from the Harlem Renaissance helped to create an interconnected cultural movement that transcended national boundaries. The global spread of these artistic forms not only solidified the movement's legacy, but also fostered a deeper appreciation of Black culture and its contribution to the broader human experience. Chapter 12: The Decline and Legacy of the Harlem Renaissance. The Harlem Renaissance, which reached its peak during the 1920s, gradually began to decline as the decade came to a close. Various factors contributed to this shift, from economic difficulties and political pressures to changing social climates and the onset of the Great Depression. However, while the movement's initial burst of energy may have faded, its legacy continued to shape American culture, politics, and art for decades to come. One of the key factors in the decline of the Harlem Renaissance was the economic downturn that accompanied the Great Depression. The economic hardship of the early 1930s severely impacted funding for the arts, which had been a vital aspect of the Harlem Renaissance's success. Many of the venues that had been central to the movement, such as Harlem's nightclubs and theaters, saw reduced attendance as people focused on surviving the economic challenges of the time. Additionally, the rise of political conservatism and the increasing control of the U.S. government over cultural and artistic expression created an environment that was less supportive of the radical and innovative work produced during the Renaissance. The movement's focus on racial pride and social change became less politically palatable during the more conservative era of the 1930s. Despite these challenges, the legacy of the Harlem Renaissance endured, influencing future generations of Black artists, writers, musicians, and activists. The arts produced during the Renaissance set the stage for later movements in the 20th century, such as the Civil Rights Movement and the Black Power movement, which drew inspiration from the themes of racial pride, empowerment, and cultural self-expression that had been central to the Harlem Renaissance. Figures like Langston Hughes and Zora Neale Hurston continued to influence African American literature long after the movement's height, and their works became foundational texts for later generations of writers. The Harlem Renaissance also left a lasting mark on American culture as a whole. The music, literature, and visual arts that emerged from Harlem reshaped the way African Americans were represented in mainstream culture, challenging stereotypes and presenting a new, more nuanced narrative of Black life. Jazz, in particular, had a transformative impact, helping to shape the soundscape of the 20th century and influencing countless genres of music that followed. African American art and literature, once relegated to the margins, found a central place in American cultural consciousness, and the work of Harlem Renaissance artists was increasingly celebrated both in the U.S. and abroad. The Harlem Renaissance's legacy is also evident in the ongoing global recognition of Black artistic expression. The movement's emphasis on cultural pride, intellectual achievement, and creative innovation set the foundation for Black artists and intellectuals worldwide, creating a lasting impact on global conceptions of race and identity. Though the Harlem Renaissance itself was short-lived, its influence on the artistic, intellectual, and social landscape of the 20th century continues to be felt today. Factors leading to the decline of the movement. The Harlem Renaissance, while a groundbreaking and transformative cultural movement, faced several factors that contributed to its decline by the late 1920s and early 1930s. These factors were both external and internal, including economic difficulties, changing political climates, social pressures, and shifts in artistic focus. One of the primary external factors was the onset of the Great Depression. The stock market crash of 1929 and the subsequent economic downturn had a profound effect on all sectors of society, including the arts. Funding for artistic projects dwindled, and many Harlem nightclubs, theaters, and other venues that had been central to the Renaissance's success saw decreased attendance as people faced financial hardships. For many Black artists, financial support for their work became scarce, as patrons, both Black and white, redirected their resources toward survival rather than cultural endeavors. The economic strain affected the vibrancy of the movement, limiting the opportunities for the production and promotion of new works in literature, music, and the visual arts. Additionally, political and social pressures played a role in the movement's decline. As the Renaissance's radical exploration of Black identity, pride, and artistic freedom gained prominence, it also faced resistance from both conservative white America and more cautious Black intellectuals. Figures like W.E.B. Du Bois, once a supporter of the movement, grew disillusioned with its bohemian aspects and its focus on artistic expression over direct political action. Du Bois, who believed in the role of art for social change, came to see some of the more hedonistic aspects of Harlem's nightlife and artistic community as a diversion from the political struggle for racial equality. the increasing racial tensions, and the failure of some of the movement's key intellectual leaders to unite on a common path further fractured the Renaissance. The shift in artistic focus also contributed to the movement's decline. As the 1930s approached, many Harlem artists began turning their attention to more directly political forms of art, inspired by the rise of social realism and the growing awareness of labor struggles. Artists and writers who had once thrived in the Harlem Renaissance's focus on cultural pride and artistic experimentation now sought to address more immediate social and economic issues. This shift in direction left behind some of the artistic freedoms and exuberance that had initially defined the movement. Finally, racial tensions and growing frustration with the slow pace of social change in America contributed to the loss of the sense of hope and optimism that had fueled the Harlem Renaissance. As Harlem and its artistic community faced economic hardship, the energy that had once driven the movement began to dissipate, leading to its eventual decline. Despite this, the Harlem Renaissance's influence persisted, serving as a foundation for later cultural movements and providing a lasting legacy in African American culture. The impact of the Great Depression. The Great Depression, which began with the stock market crash in 1929, had a profound effect on the Harlem Renaissance. This period of widespread economic hardship not only affected the general population, but also struck at the heart of the cultural and artistic flourishing that had defined the Renaissance. The financial collapse severely impacted both the individual artists involved in the movement and the institutions that supported them, leading to a decline in the momentum that had characterized the Harlem Renaissance in the 1920s. One of the most immediate impacts was the reduction in funding for the arts. Before the Depression, Harlem's vibrant cultural scene had been buoyed by both private patrons and institutional support. Wealthy white patrons who had been eager to support the artistic talents of African American musicians, writers, and visual artists became much less willing or able to provide financial backing as they themselves faced economic turmoil. Many of the Harlem clubs and theaters, such as the Cotton Club and the Apollo Theater, saw a sharp drop in attendance as the public's disposable income evaporated. This loss of financial support made it increasingly difficult for artists to produce new work, organize performances, or publish their creations. In addition to the financial strain, the social environment during the Depression began to change. The struggle for basic survival took precedence over cultural expression, and many Black artists had to shift their focus to more practical concerns. Writers and musicians, who had once been able to focus on themes of racial pride and artistic experimentation, were now faced with the harsh realities of unemployment and poverty. The artistic community in Harlem, once energized by an optimistic vision of Black identity and cultural pride, had to adapt to a world where economic survival was the primary goal. Politically, the Depression also led to a shift in priorities. The focus of African American intellectuals, artists, and activists began to change as the need for social reform became more urgent. The Harlem Renaissance's celebration of cultural autonomy and self-expression was gradually replaced by a more direct concern for political and economic justice. Many artists, once inspired by the idea of a distinct Black cultural identity, began to align themselves with movements that addressed the broader concerns of the working class and sought to challenge the racial and economic systems that oppressed them. Despite the setbacks caused by the Great Depression, the Harlem Renaissance's legacy lived on. The period laid the groundwork for future cultural movements, such as the Civil Rights Movement, by fostering a sense of racial pride, intellectualism, and artistic expression that would continue to shape African American culture for decades. Even in the face of economic collapse, the creative energy of the Harlem Renaissance remained an enduring symbol of artistic and cultural resilience. The Renaissance's influence on later movements, civil rights, Black arts movement. The Harlem Renaissance left an indelible mark on the cultural, social, and political landscapes of the 20th century, particularly influencing movements such as the Civil Rights Movement and the Black Arts Movement. These later movements, though separated by decades, were deeply shaped by the ideas and artistic expressions of the Harlem Renaissance. The cultural pride, intellectual exploration, and artistic experimentation that defined the Renaissance laid the foundation for the struggles and triumphs of Black communities in the following decades. One of the most direct influences of the Harlem Renaissance was its focus on Black identity and pride. Writers, musicians, and artists of the Renaissance, such as Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, and Duke Ellington, helped forge a new, more positive conception of Black identity. They celebrated African heritage, sought to redefine what it meant to be Black in America, and challenged the prevailing racial stereotypes. This spirit of self-determination and empowerment would become a crucial element of the civil rights movement in the 1950s and 1960s. Leaders like Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, and Rosa Parks built on the intellectual and cultural foundation laid by the Renaissance, emphasizing the importance of racial equality, social justice, and pride in one's heritage. The Harlem Renaissance's legacy of asserting the value and dignity of Black life helped inspire the nonviolent protests and grassroots organizing that defined the civil rights movement. In addition to its influence on civil rights activism, the Harlem Renaissance also had a significant impact on the Black arts movement of the 1960s and 1970s. The Black arts movement, which was centered around a more militant and radical stance on racial identity, took many cues from the Renaissance's focus on Black cultural pride and the need for self-representation. Leaders like Amiri Baraka, formerly Leroy Jones, and Angela Davis sought to continue the work of Harlem Renaissance intellectuals by challenging the dominant white cultural narratives and asserting a distinctly Black aesthetic. The Black arts movement, much like the Harlem Renaissance, used literature, theater, visual arts, and music as tools for social change and as platforms for expressing Black experiences, struggles, and aspirations. Furthermore, both the Harlem Renaissance and the movements that followed were deeply concerned with the idea of cultural independence and autonomy. Just as Renaissance artists and intellectuals sought to build institutions that reflected Black artistic and intellectual achievement, later movements aimed to create their own spaces, be it in music, theater, literature, or political organizing, where Black people could control their narratives and fight for their rights on their terms. In sum, the Harlem Renaissance was a pivotal moment in the development of Black cultural expression in America, and its impact resonated throughout the civil rights movement and the Black arts movement. Its legacy continues to inspire those who seek to challenge racial oppression, celebrate Black identity, and create art that speaks to the experiences of African Americans. Key figures and their later work. The Harlem Renaissance was marked by a number of influential figures whose work transcended the boundaries of the era, leaving a lasting impact on later cultural movements, particularly the civil rights movement and the Black arts movement. Many of these artists, writers, and intellectuals continued to shape the direction of African American cultural expression well beyond the 1920s. Their later works served as a bridge between the Renaissance and the activism that followed. Langston Hughes, one of the most prominent writers of the Harlem Renaissance, continued to be an influential voice in African American literature throughout his life. Known for his poetry that celebrated Black culture and identity, Hughes's work evolved to reflect the growing political awareness of the times. In the 1930s and beyond, Hughes became increasingly involved in leftist politics, writing plays, essays, and poetry that addressed social injustices and economic inequalities. His later works, such as Montage of a Dream Deferred and The Panther and the Lash, tackled themes of racial pride, the struggles of the working class, and the frustrations of Black Americans who had yet to achieve true equality. Similarly, Zora Neale Hurston, a key figure in the Harlem Renaissance, is best known for her novel Their Eyes Were Watching God, which explored themes of Black female identity and self-expression. In the years following the Renaissance, Hurston faced financial difficulties and struggled with gaining recognition, but her work continued to explore themes of African American folklore and culture. In her later years, Hurston became associated with a more controversial stance, distancing herself from the civil rights movement in favor of a focus on the cultural roots of Black identity, as seen in her anthropological studies and writings on African American folklore. Claude McKay, another towering literary figure of the Harlem Renaissance, was known for his poetry and novels that explored the complexities of race and identity. His later work took on a more politically charged tone as he became involved in the Communist Party and began addressing issues of global solidarity and anti-colonialism. McKay's Home to Harlem and Banana Bottom examined the tensions of the Black experience both in America and abroad. His later works, such as A Long Way from Home, reflected his growing interest in the international struggles of people of color. In the world of music, Duke Ellington and Louis Armstrong were also influential figures whose careers extended far beyond the Renaissance. Ellington became one of the most respected figures in jazz and was a critical part of the genre's development into a global art form. His music evolved to include more sophisticated compositions that merged classical music with jazz, breaking down traditional musical boundaries. Armstrong's influence on jazz was similarly profound, and his later work continued to shape the genre, bringing jazz into the mainstream of American culture. The contributions of these figures, along with others, set the stage for the later intellectual and artistic movements that followed, such as the Civil Rights Movement and the Black Arts Movement. Their commitment to racial pride, social justice, and the exploration of Black identity influenced generations of artists and activists, continuing the fight for equality and representation in the face of ongoing racial struggles. Preserving the legacy of the Harlem Renaissance. The Harlem Renaissance remains one of the most vital periods in the cultural history of the United States, and preserving its legacy is essential for understanding the evolution of African American art, literature, music, and identity. The movement set a powerful precedent for future generations of Black artists, intellectuals, and activists, and efforts to maintain its influence are crucial in both honoring its pioneers and continuing the fight for cultural and racial equality. One of the most significant ways the legacy of the Harlem Renaissance is preserved is through educational initiatives. Many universities, libraries, and cultural institutions dedicate courses, exhibits, and events to exploring the impact of the Renaissance on American culture. The work of writers such as Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, and Claude McKay is taught in classrooms across the country, and their influence can be seen in the works of modern African American authors. By continuing to study and teach their works, the values of the Harlem Renaissance, racial pride, cultural celebration, and the pursuit of artistic freedom remain part of the American literary tradition. In addition to academic preservation, the physical spaces associated with the Harlem Renaissance are vital to maintaining its cultural heritage. Historic landmarks such as the Apollo Theater, the Cotton Club, and the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture serve as touchstones for the history of the movement. These spaces have been carefully preserved and are often central to tours and exhibitions about Harlem's rich cultural past. Organizations like the National Trust for Historic Preservation and the Harlem Historical Society work to ensure that the sites tied to the Harlem Renaissance are maintained for future generations to explore and appreciate. Another key aspect of preservation lies in the arts and performance. Today, Harlem remains a cultural hub with a vibrant arts community that continues to honor the legacy of the Renaissance through music, theater, and visual art. Jazz festivals, poetry readings, theater productions, and art exhibitions that focus on the Harlem Renaissance help keep the spirit of the movement alive. Artists today look back on the works of Renaissance figures as both an inspiration and a foundation for their own creative expressions. Furthermore, the Harlem Renaissance's influence is evident in contemporary activism and the continued struggle for racial equality. Much like the intellectuals and artists of the Renaissance, today's activists use cultural production to highlight social issues. The work of figures like W.E.B. Du Bois and Marcus Garvey inspired movements such as the Civil Rights Movement and Black Lives Matter, which continue to push for equality and justice. In preserving the legacy of the Harlem Renaissance, we not only celebrate the achievements of an era, but also honor the ongoing journey of Black Americans to express themselves, challenge injustice, and demand recognition. The Harlem Renaissance's legacy lives on through education, culture, and the ongoing fight for racial equality and self-determination. Chapter 13, Conclusion. The Harlem Renaissance was more than just a cultural movement. It was a profound declaration of Black identity, pride, and creativity that resonated across generations. Emerging in the early 20th century, it became a defining period in African American history, marked by a flourishing of art, literature, music, and intellectual thought. The period represented a break from the oppressive racial norms of the time, allowing Black artists, writers, musicians, and thinkers to express their unique experiences and vision. Through their work, they reshaped the cultural landscape of America, giving voice to the struggles, beauty, and complexity of Black life in a nation built on racial inequality. The impact of the Harlem Renaissance extended far beyond Harlem itself. While it was rooted in the vibrant community of Harlem, its influence spread across the United States and even abroad, sparking artistic revolutions in cities like Chicago, Washington, D.C., and Los Angeles, and reaching as far as Europe and the Caribbean. The Renaissance's global reach helped solidify the place of African American culture within the broader scope of world history, allowing artists to communicate beyond geographic and racial boundaries. However, the movement was not without its challenges. Economic hardships, the onset of the Great Depression, and increasing racial tensions marked the end of the Harlem Renaissance. Despite these challenges, the cultural seeds planted during this period continued to grow and evolve. The works of Harlem Renaissance figures laid the foundation for the Civil Rights Movement, the Black Arts Movement, and the broader struggle for racial equality in the United States. The Harlem Renaissance's legacy is evident in the ongoing fight for justice and cultural representation today. Figures like Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, Claude McKay, and Duke Ellington continue to be celebrated for their contributions to American culture, and their works remain essential to the conversation about race, identity, and the power of artistic expression. Furthermore, the Renaissance's emphasis on self-expression, cultural pride, and political awareness continues to inspire contemporary artists and activists. As we reflect on the Harlem Renaissance, it is clear that its influence endures in the art, literature, music, and activism of today. The movement was not just a moment in history, but a catalyst for change that continues to shape the cultural and political landscape of the world. The Harlem Renaissance proved that art, culture, and politics are inextricably linked, and its legacy will forever be a cornerstone of the Black experience in America.